สวัสดีครับเนี่ยทุกคนเดี๋ยวผมเข้าเกมนะเข้าเนื้อเรื่องเลยผมผมแค่กดจะไปพอคอเทนฮอลเองอะชีวิตผมเศร้ามากแค่กดไปพอคอเทนฮอลเนื้อเรื่องก็ขึ้นเลยเหมือนบังคับเล่นนะเกมบังคับเล่นครับ
Newsflash! Penacony's Charmony Festival has entered its countdown phase. Accompanied by Clocky's TikToks, after 12 system hours, this grand celebration will commence with much fanfare.
ปืนนี่จอหัวแบบพี่แดนละใช่บังคับเล่นคือถ้าเราสมมติเขาเรียกอะไรนะถ้าผมไม่เล่นเนื้อเรื่องใช่ไหมผมก็ไม่สามารถเอากิจกรรมล็อกอินได้ไม่สามารถทำเควสประจำวันได้แล้วก็ไม่สามารถเล่น Forgotten Hall ได้ไม่สามารถทำอะไรได้เลยนอกจากเนื้อเรื่องเพราะเข้ามาก็คัดซีนแบบนี้เลยอะแล้วให้ผมทำไงอะบังคับเล่นอะบังคับเล่นจัดๆเลย
I already told you. We can talk things out.
I'm sorry, Fluffy. I really have something urgent to attend to, so I had no choice but to resort to asking this favor of you all.
ฟันปลาฉลามด้วยนะน่ารักจริง
Since you already know what you're doing, I'll also have to remind you of its risks.
Hey, partner, what's with the hostility? I thought pulling this thing out was just a way of saying hello.
For the last time, state your identity and purpose.
My name's Boot Hill, and
Boot
I'm
Hill.
a Galaxy Ranger.
ๆสวัสดีครับ
Galaxy Ranger?
You look like you've seen a ghost. Did you think we all went extinct? Well, that's the price you pay for being off-grid for too long.
The righteous heroes of the hunt would never hijack the Astral Express.
I ain't hijacked anything. What, chatting with someone while holding the gun is considered a hijacking?
It probably is.
Pardon my frankness, but there are plenty of rumors in the cosmos regarding the Galaxy Ranger's current status, and none of them are pretty stories.
Oh, this is hilarious. The tale that this bunch of fools spin is getting out of hand. There's even a bit about the Galaxy Rangers being turned into gibbons by Dr. Primitive, and they're in some valley screwing around on swings.
บ้านบูธวิวนี่แหละครับ
Of course, I know you won't believe me, which is also why, similarly, I have a hard time believing that you're the real Nameless. See the bullets in this gun? 9mm, an eternal classic. I may need the Astral Express's help right now, but if you're an imposter just like that one, I can't allow myself to be exposed to danger. That's just the way it goes, so you all have to first prove yourselves.
Recognize.
It's a model fudger. The Jade Abacus of Ally and Oath.
Model fudger?
This is the Jade Abacus gifted to the Express by the Shenzhou Luofu's general, Jing Yuan. Its presence on board serves as the Shenzhou Alliance's official recognition of the Express. Is that enough?
Not bad, kiddo. And across these sprawling stars, a gentle squeeze is all it takes to rustle up a whole legion of Cloud Knights. Now, I reckon...
Now it's your turn.
Been ages since the Galaxy Rangers had the spotlight shown on them. And we ain't equipped with such fancy gadgets, but I've been around. All right, then. Feel free to toss any questions my way. Let's see if my answers can't turn your trust. If your gut tells you otherwise, still...
And why would I play along?
If I truly am a real Galaxy Ranger...
All right, then. Tell me.
Ah, my friend. This question, everyone's on their own fated path along the hunt, with their own resolute sense of righteousness and not so welcome among such so-called
This reply does not instill trust. It only makes your predicament more precarious.
I'm guessing you're gonna ask about some form of shared faith, right? But us Galaxy Rangers don't need that sort of thing. What brings us never bully the weak, never kill the innocent. These oaths aren't some lofty beliefs, but the fundamental bottom line that one must never cross. As Galaxy Rangers, we strictly adhere to the bottom line. When someone crosses them, and in this moment, the other crucial meaning of bottom line comes into play. As long as you don't...
Second question.
I already said that I seek no trouble. I must go to Penacony for a matter, but I don't have an invite, and I can't even enter the family's hotel doors. If only I could borrow the Nameless's identity.
Aren't the Galaxy Rangers also...
Oh, you've hit the nail on the head. This is why I'm here. It's fine if I tell you. The Rangers are pursuing an imposter. A son of a nice lady. My informant is a memo keeper. She's the same as all mimetic organisms, appearing one moment and gone the next. Ugh, she scares the fudge out of me. Still, she gave me some vital info.
That Galaxy Ranger imposter. Who is it?
Is that the third question?
Is it a hard question?
It isn't. Just that you might not believe me. That person calls herself Acheron. And according to our
ไอ้
informant,
Galaxy Ranger นี่คือ
an emanator of
เป็นแพ็ค
nihility.
ล่าสังหาร ผมกำลังจะคิดอยู่เลยว่า เอ้ยอาชอมันลบล้างไม่ใช่เหรอวะ จริง
That's impossible.
That's what I said. Don't worry. When I first...
IX never gives anyone so much as a first glance, and that's perfectly normal.
Then you must know that emanators can also conceal their own identities, which, for many people, it's better that way. Otherwise, there'd be wanton bloodshed across the cosmos, or even, perhaps, I had the good fortune of running into an elation emanator. Its appearance was no different than that of those clowns. If it weren't through sheer luck that I got it drunk, I would have never known of its eminent status. Even in the purest hunt, you'll find the Xianzhou Alliance under the spotlight and Galaxy Rangers lurking in the shadows. Paths are inevitably concepts created by people. To reckon that nihility emanators don't exist, well... So, do you understand now? Your companions are in danger, and it's pretty harrowing. If you don't want to believe, we don't know what's happening in the dreamscape or how much of what the memo keeper said is true. And that Acheron...
I don't intend to do anything.
That's not up to you. Did you know? People who come to the land of dreams for the first time, they'll subconsciously stop to reaffirm that they're still walking on solid ground.
เป็นร่างทรงเหรอ
They were
ทำไมผมได้ยินเสียงซ้อน
their heads to gaze at the sky. Be it reality or dream, staring at the sky, but now this night sky has been mercilessly severed, died with the mist of nihility. And this whole event happened within the course of
A single slash of a blade isn't really accurate. It was actually 2 blades, just that the second one was faster.
That's not the point. Many guests who weren't supposed to be invited have gathered at this banquet. Even if the harmony is all-embracing, the planet of festivities has no place for you, a puppet of nihility. Those who
สรุป
live
คือน้องโกหกเรามาตั้งแต่
do not bear
เริ่มต้นเลยเหรอ
to dread.
Speaking of living in the shadows, there's probably not much difference between us. It's only polite to reveal your true self, Penacony's dream
ประมุข
master.
แห่งความฝัน
That's just another reason that you can't stay.
Whether you believe it or not, this is the real me.
We are one.
ดีแล้วอย่าสปอยปุ๊บผมก็แบนทิ้งเลยอ่ะ
Is this the unity that the family espouses?
My mortal shell has long since dissipated.
The Oak family's 107,336 offspring are now my eyes, ears, and mouths, spreading joy across dreams when required.
ผมว่าผมแปะไว้ก่อนดีกว่า
Essential need,
จริง
exiling evil from this haven in my stead.
ใส่ไว้ก่อน ผมมีคนเข้ามาทีหลังแล้วแบบสปอย
From the sound of it, it seems like you're asking me to leave, Penacony.
I am glad that you're an understanding one.
If you think you can.
Are you threatening me?
I ended it with a period. It was a statement, not a threat. Knowing who I am and still showing such malice. You're not the first, nor will you be the last. This scene played out many times before. And usually, when faced with my questions, most people retort, why can't I? The result has invariably been that they can't.
You are confident. But be reminded, the family is forgiving, but not weak. The cords of the harmony extend across worlds. If you do not comply, when the blade is unsheathed for even a hair, 137 individuals. That is how many heathens I have exiled since I became Dream Master. Among them were those who once severed my wings, and those who immolated my body. And here I stand again, about to add another mark to the tally.
And you will die. I mean, all of you will. But that won't come to pass. I'll do as you ask. Out.
A wise choice.
I wasn't aware there was a choice.
To you, that surely is the only option. Please bear in mind, you and Penacony are of different worlds. Those born on the far bank cannot seek leave and never return. The radiance of the planet of festivities is overwhelmingly bright, luring in tricksters, wrongdoers, and criminals. But even the harmonies, and even more so, when this self-annihilator heralds the destruction of everything. Your strength is obviously a gift of the sleeping and shapeless, immeasurable and fathomless, like a tributary, Acheron. A befitting name.
Take it from someone on the other side of your so-called river. You know better than I do that Penacony has already deviated from the harmony. Whatever your intentions may be, I foresee only one outcome. Its future holds nothing but nihility.
Attention, please. The unusual event that occurred moments ago was due to a technical malfunction at Clock Studios theme park. The family has promptly responded to secure the area.
Oh, I swear that was no movie shoot. So many chips fell from the sky, and I even caught one of them. But it vanished in an instant before my very eyes.
Excuse me. Are you talking about the Clock Studios theme park incident?
Yeah, what about it? Oh.
No need to worry. I apologize for any inconvenience caused to your delightful dream journey. But you just mentioned about the chips.
อย่าบอกนะว่าโรบินที่ถูกมีดปักอกนั้นเป็นสปาร์เกิลใช่หรือไม่ ถ้าโรบินตัวจริงอยู่นี่
Oh, it was just those chips you normally see everywhere. The green ones? They fell from the sky as it...
And then those chips simply disappeared. It appears...
Huh? Miss Robin, you mean those chips were all part of a performance?
Shh. This technology hasn't been made public yet. It was originally planned to debut at the Charmony Festival. Can you help me keep this secret? The raining chips were supposed to be part of my...
Oh, I see. Then it all makes sense now. I'll do anything to help make the Charmony Festival a success.
Thank you. As appreciation, I'd like to give you a...
Oh.
Press it at just the right moment in the celebration. There could be an... all right. It looks like there are other guests who are also confused.
หรือว่า
I'll
ตัว
have to
ปลอม
excuse
วะ
myself. Please.
แม่งมีให้กดปุ่ม
So
ด้วยอะ
many people talking about it. This promotion of the theme park definitely made waves.
วอเดอร์ฟ้าเล่นเป็นโรบินด้วย
Let the show begin.
The family promised they would protect the guests within the dreamscape, but I witnessed a group of organic life forms making their way to the theme park. And soon after, a rip tore through the sky, and black rain started leaking out of the void. The family needs to provide a reasonable explanation, or I'll take my loved ones and return to reality.
It appears the good sir has seen many great events. And it's true that an uninvited guest has however, their target is not the ordinary guests, but the ambassadors of the IPC. The family will certainly ensure that the safety of the guests is of the highest importance.
Miss Robin, I know the Bloodhound family has already sealed off the theme park. The family can try their best to protect their reputation, but as a guest,
But as you can see, sir, no innocent bystanders were affected, and perhaps the dreamscape is not as perfect as promised. But there's no place safer than dreams under the family's rule. I believe you know this better than I do. If this incident happened in real life, how many people would be able to walk away from it?
I could stay here, but keep in mind, guests come to Penacony to enjoy the dreamscapes. They do not wish to be entangled in a conflict between the family and the IPC, so...
Of course. With the Charmony Festival about to commence, we will spare no effort in our preparations. Rest assured.
You've had quite a bit to drink.
Hello. May I ask what happened here?
Nothing to be worried about. There's been a small rehearsal mishap at Clock Studios.
Hey, are you a fool? You don't even recognize Miss Robin? What do you think you're
I'm sorry. I've just been transferred to the Bloodhound family, and I'm still not...
Hey, don't sweat it. You guys have a tough job.
Oh, we've sealed off the theme park. Most guests are used to bizarre phenomena in the dream...
Rest assured, Miss Robin will intensify our patrol...
I trust you guys. But regarding...
Actually, I was there shortly after it happened. Is it true that the IPC's ambassadors came with ill intent? And that Galaxy Ranger who easily cut through the sky?
Miss Robin, tell you the truth, everyone's been talking about it. The myriad factions on Penacony have already been causing unease for everyone.
Thank you all for your loyalty towards the family. The planet of festivities has indeed run into some trouble. The representative from the IPC, of course the family did not agree. The result of the failed negotiations is as you see it now.
No wonder. So this is the main reason why the IPC staff are banned from entering the dreamscape.
Don't worry. Mr. Sunday is currently tracking his whereabouts, and he'll have something to show for it soon.
เนี่ย
However, given the
ผม
situation,
สงสัยอยู่อย่างหนึ่ง
IPC surely
อัน
won't
เนี้ย
let
มัน
this
เป็น
go
บท
easily.
พูดโรบินใช่ไหม
Therefore, we are
แต่
relying on you
ชื่อ
hounds
ข้าง
to
บนเป็น
maintain order
question
and
mark
stability of the dreamscape.
แสดงว่านี่อาจจะเป็นสปาร์เกิลปลอมตัวมาก็ได้
Please be assured, Miss
ไม่น่าใช่โรบิน
We take our orders seriously.
ถ้าโรบินมันก็ขึ้นว่าโรบิน
Won't
ดิ
let
ถูก
those
ปะ
IPC cronies get away with this.
Thank you for your hard work. If there are any other members who still feel uneasy, please tell them on my behalf that protecting the dreamscape, this is a small gift prepared by the Iris family for the guests. There's one for you too.
I can't believe I received a gift from Miss Robin. It feels...
If trouble comes knocking on our door, we're not afraid.
หลอกผมไม่ได้หรอกผมบอกเลย อย่ามาหลอกไม่ได้หรอกจ้ะ
Miss Robin? That's the renowned cosmic superstar, Miss Robin!
I didn't expect to meet a fan here. I'm honored. Welcome to
I can't believe I'm actually meeting the real Robin! Shouldn't you be preparing for the Charmony Festival?
Preparation is important, but the ceremony is fundamentally about sharing the Great One's regarding the recent mishap. I understand it negatively impacted some of our guests. As a member of the...
But, are you sure it was actually a mishap? Everyone saw those chips descending like rain and the red light tearing through the sky. Claiming it was merely special effects seems a bit far-fetched. Plus, I met that generous gentleman. He looked...
Everyone, please do not panic.
Even if you say so, Miss Robin.
Some people just never listen, do they? It's never ending.
Miss Robin?
Still, I suppose I should keep on helping everyone. I am the epitome of joy, kindness, and goodness, after all.
Huh? What was I just doing?
Here, take this, little guest. This gift has been... Make sure to take good care of it until the opening of the Charmony Festival. Then, you never know. Some...
หลอกผมไม่ได้หรอกจริง
We're back to where it all began. You entered the golden hour from this place. It is a pleasure to journey alongside you once more. But it's time I laid bare the entire truth before you. I'm fine. I know you have many questions. Do you remember when we encountered death in that strange dreamscape? In that instant before it killed me? I saw the reflection of another dreamscape and it's so... Following the clues in the script, I came up with some theories about the meme. That's why I instructed Silverwolf to issue invitations. I intended to call upon death before you arrived. To solve the riddle using more direct means. And then invite you to join. However, contrary to my wishes, I couldn't defy the script. It is how you see now. I was impaled by the bladed wings of death. The heavy pressure of concentrated memoria, miasma. But after the momentary numbness subsided, I found that I was still alive. And it was just as I thought. I had arrived at a place starkly different from this beautiful dream. Beneath the dreamscape of Penacony lies another, more chaotic, And so, then I returned to the hotel in the dreamscape, hoping to tell you of its existence. Yet I could not reveal my own identity. So, I could only divert your party's attention and lure you away from the battlefield. And after... all my attempts proved futile. It wasn't until not long ago when a crimson blade of light shattered the high wall of the dream, causing you all to fall far into the abyssal depths of the dreamscape, that I was able to awaken you and your companions one by one. And that's it. That is all that's happened so far. I know it's tough to believe all this without reservations. I just want to say, you are very close to the final answer. Now, let's take a deep breath, and visualize the dreamscape's outline in 3, 2, 1. Don't be afraid. The one who has... I never knew you could do this.
พี่เบสขับรถ เบสขับรถเป็นเหรอวะ
Do you have a driver's license?
I do.
That is... surprising.
Why? Because this is Japella, the city of sins.
เจเป็นละ
No, I'm just thinking that you haven't slept in 20 system hours.
I'm fine.
I'll survive.
I'm not so sure about that.
Infiltration is over. Feel free to activate Sam anytime you look.
There's still some time before the next part of the script unfolds. Let me...
พี่เบสขับรถ
Such a long tunnel.
In half a system hour, it will lead us to Kafka. And then comes the downfall of the Japella Brotherhood.
Is that also...
It's in your script too.
Sorry. I didn't notice.
Their destiny won't change just because of your selective ignorance.
สวัสดีค่ะ
I told you before, it's a bad habit.
What about you then?
As always, it's a blank slate. It's not on this planet.
Because I'm currently in a car with a sleep-deprived driver. I just want to get...
พูดได้แต่เสียงแหบพูดได้ไม่มากหรอก
This car has full self-driving capabilities. I'll just put my...
Elio would always say there's only one type of destiny. The inescapable type. He can see the... But before that moment arrives, we can still choose what we do.
After today, Japella's name will disappear from cosmic history, and the Everflame Mansion will take its place. That's your next stop.
Land of the dreams.
I hope you find whatever you seek there. Be it answers or some.
Yeah. Glad to see you're safe and sound.
Close your eyes. This is the answer. Isn't it incredible? The monster that we have always known as Death is actually the guardian of...
The question that has been perplexing us, does death really exist in Dreamscape, appears to be a cognitive trap. It was laid by those orchestrating events from the shadows to cover up the truth behind the disappearances and the existence of this. Every emergence of that meme is related to the Watchmaker. Since Dreamflux Reef is where it brings its captives, it's likely that many of our long-standing questions will be answered in this place.
The atmosphere here is starkly different from the beautiful dream. There are no regulars, but from the whispers of the residents, they've heard a familiar name.
It's that man again. Always in the right place at the right time. Though that does save us the trouble of looking for him. Himiko and March have already made a move. Get ready. We're about to set off.
The real Dreamscape. The land of the exiles. Before we go, should we speak to everyone first?
ทำไมผมต้องเคลียร์ข้อความอ่ะผมก็อยู่ คนเรามันก็ต้องมีวันไม่สบายบ้างนี่เธอ ฟังจากเสียงก็น่าจะรู้ ทำไมอ่ะ แชทข้อความผมมันจะหายไปเหรอ ม ไมมันมีอะไรทำไมใครจะลบแชทข้อความผมไม่มีไข้แล้ว มีแต่เสียงอะที่ยังไม่หาย แต่ผมพูดมากไม่ได้แล้วนะ เอาทำไมบอกผมก่อน คุยนานจังไอ้ด็อกเตอร์เลโชนี่พูดมากดิเอ้าบอกผมหน่อยทำไมผมต้องเคลียร์ข้อความนะเอ้าผมทำแล้วเหรอทำตอนไหนวะทำไมมันจะมีคนมาลบมือถือผมมา โอ้แล้วผมดองเยอะ แล้วเควสหายไหมเควสของผมหายหรือเปล่าเนี่ยเควสอันนี้เนี่ยเควสพวกนี้ไม่หายใช่ไหมเควสหายไหมผมถามก่อนผมแค่ถามว่าเควสจะหายไหมถ้าเควสไม่หายก็โอเคเอาแค่มือถือใช่ไหม ผมก็ไล่ให้แล้วกันแบบเดียวหรอกมือถืออาวุธต่อต้านดวงดาวไม่ต้องสปอยเดี๋ยวเคลียร์ให้เดี๋ยวเคลียร์ให้แบบหนึ่งเนี่ยเคลียร์อยู่ด็อกเตอร์เลโชแม่งพูดมากคนอื่นพูดนิดเดียวอีแกแม่งเล่นพูดเลยก็ไม่รู้พูดมากเหลือเกินนี่ไม่ได้อ่านเลยเนี่ย ในความบอกว่าไม่ได้คิดอะไรของพี่แกอะก็คือคิดแหละแกเขาคงแบบเหงา น้องดอนคืออะไรเหรอครับอะไรคือน้องดอนน้องไอดอลน้องดอนเฉยโอบินก็หาเพชรไปเรื่อยๆแหละครบ10 โลก็เปิดไม่ครบ10 โลก็ไม่เปิด เคลียร์ข้อความมันนานนะผมว่านะผมต้องโดนซิลเวอร์วูแพ็กแน่เลยพอโดนซิลเวอร์วูแพ็กเสร็จใช่ไหมข้อความหายหมดน้องชื่ออะไรนะกาเลเกอร์ผมว่ามันก็เหงาเหมือนกันนะพิมพ์เยอะมากเลยคุยเยอะมากเลยเนี่ยไอ้น้องคนนี้เนี่ยคุยเยอะเยอะให้แค่5 บาทคุยเป็นชั่วโมงน้อง13 ขวบ14อ่ะเอามา5 บาทไม่ให้5 บาทด้วยนะนักสืบพ่ายโฆษณาแต่นางเอกอายุน้อยกว่าน้องเกิดจากสเตลลอยด์รับเควสเรียบร้อยเคลียร์หมดแล้วไม่มีข้อความแล้ว
Keep going straight down this alley and it'll lead to an elevator. It'll take us to the center of the land of the exiles.
ไม่เคยตามหาไอ้นกนี่ครบเลย
What a huge clocky. Looks like the watchmaker also left his mark on Dreamflux Reef.เดี๋ยวค่อยหากล่องที่หลังนะ เมื่อกี้มีให้ตรวจสอบด้วยกดไม่ทัน Unbelievable. To think there's a settlement of this size within the dreamscape. And all beyond the family's reach.
อันนี้คือดินแดนคนที่ถูกในประเทศใช่ปะ
When I first saw it, I was in awe too. What's even more bizarre is that this place is also separated into trade and residential areas.
Though both dreamscapes have distinct styles, the architectural designs are quite similar. Works of the same hand, perhaps. Hard not to... But there's no point in overthinking.
Take a right turn at the end of this road and you'll reach the trade district. There are more...
Not coming with us?
The Astral Express likely needs room for some internal deliberation.
Sure. Let's reconnect. Letting her go was the right decision. Further observations are needed before we decide whether to trust her. But first, there's someone I need to talk to. Let's go. I'm sure you've already... He's right over there. The Reverie Hotel's bellboy. How did he end up here? And right after Miss Acheron severed the beautiful dream. We'd better check, just to be sure.
It is perfect for me, and perfectly legal for me to stay. Huh? You're the guest from before. We meet again! And a new friend.
Hello, Misha. I'm Welt. We met in a dream. Oh. And...
Tick-tock! Old friend and new friend!
Your, memory zone mean?
Nope. Clocky is a good friend of mine. We all live here. How did you two get here? This dreamscape isn't supposed to be open to the public.
So, this is...
Yep. After my work in the beautiful dream ends, I'll go back home. Commuting used to be more convenient, but ever since travel became cumbersome, Sleepy started ferrying people back and forth between the two dreamscapes.
This... Sleepy... can...
Sleepy is a memory zone meme. Looks fierce and has many eyes. But it's actually really well behaved. Gallagher's been taking care of it.
เจ้านิดที่นี่คือมรณาสินะ
Based on the description, that meme is indisputably death. a nightmare for the family, but for the people who live here, well, that couldn't be further from the truth.
Death? Not in a dream, surely. Sleepy's just a little aggressive, and sometimes messes up by fetching the wrong guess. But it would never—
I see. Has it brought back any guests recently? Say, in the last day or two?
I see. Then you'll have to speak with Gallagher. But he's currently busy hosting a visitor from the Oak family and Mr. Yang? The person you're looking for, is it Miss Robin?
Just as I thought. Considering what happened with Miss Firefly, this doesn't come as a surprise.
If you're looking for Miss Robin, I can lead the way. She told me that she'd be willing to meet with outside guests.
If it's not too much trouble. Also, we're looking for our missing companions. A woman with—
Oh, I haven't. But please, rest assured. Dreamflux Reef is a small— how about this? Since it's your first time here in Dreamflux Reef, I'll be your guide and help. She's gone to Mrs. Grace's to visit the children. She won't be leaving any—
All right then, we'll follow you. Well, we now know the answer to both murder cases that have caused such commotion in Penacony. As for the intentions of the mastermind behind it all, we're still— Yes, that's my thinking as well. I'm not entirely certain, but— Say, you mentioned before that you saw Clocky that— I can't shake off this strange feeling. Forget it. It's not important. We'd better just—
Everyone, look! From here, you can see the most spectacular view of Dream.
A black hole? No. An accretion disk formed from consolidated—
Oh, so Mr. Yang is also versed in Memoria dynamics. I was just trying to figure out how to explain this huge hole to everyone. I bet you guys— Look! There she is!
My calculations are finally done. In another 10 system hours, the above dream will swallow the dream below. My hypothesis was correct. This place will cease to— Who are you all, and why haven't you left yet? I'm Kami, a dreamscape surveyor specializing in Memoria dynamics, and this is my life's work that I'm researching. See that huge gaping hole? It was just a narrow rift many years ago, but now it's grown into a giant hole. The surrounding Memoria has been flowing towards the other end of the hole at a constant velocity, slowly, but the scary part is, according to my calculations, the flow rate of Memoria has recently changed, and by constantly improving upon Madame Rosalina's Memoria measurement method, I've finally obtained accurate results. After 10 system hours, the Dreamflux Reef will cease to exist!
Please don't worry. This sort of thing has happened many times before. Miss Kami isn't a bad person. She's just a bit—
You don't say. There was something else that piqued my interest.
Oh, do you know her too? Or are you also—
We're very interested in Madame Rosalina.
Why, of course! She's an excellent scholar of Memoria dynamics, and regrettably, due to the presence of the Garden of Recollection, ordinary people— I came to Penacony to learn more about my idol, and went to great lengths to seek out Dreamflux Reef, all because this is her final resting place. I felt it. The source is in the golden hour. There is a certain anomalous presence stirring—
Does the name Madame Rosalina sound familiar to you? That's right. It Seems like she did a great deal of research and calculations in Dreamflux Reef.
Miss Katie regularly mentions her. I hear Madame Razelina passed away during the prison war. She could see the Penacony of today. It's people building homes in the memory zone. I bet she'd be really happy. Our destination is the commercial district. That's where the largest crowds gather in Dreamflux Reef. We might be able to find the others there.
ใช่ครับผมฝันร้ายล่วงหน้านะครับ
Let me go! Ghost! There's a ghost!
Oh my. I'm human and so are you. Can you get a grip? Mr. Yang and Miss
ครับผม
Trailblazer,
ขอบ
they've
คุณ
been
นะ
waiting
ค
for
รับ
you. Quickly, come help. I bumped into a member of the family on the way here.
Let me go! Let me go! I've only done good in my life.
Well, this is how it turned out. Ha ha, you're a he thinks he's dead. Although, when I...
Dear guest, this is not the afterlife. This is Dreamflux Reef.
That's right. Did you hear that? Repeat after...
You're talking to someone invisible. If I'm not dead, what am I? I shouldn't have pushed my luck and tried sleeping in... Stop asking! You'll alert the monster!
You're not talking about the...
Don't say that name! It's all your fault.
Ill fate descend from the still waters of oblivion. Ill tidings manifest. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
He passed out. His intense negative emotions attracted the nearby memory zone memes.
I see.
Unlike in the Sweet Dream, people here don't see memory zone memes as dangerous monsters. And even if they pose a threat, people can easily but we can't just leave this man here. Can we take him somewhere safe?
We can ask Jessie for help. I've gotten to know many locals while waiting for you guys. Everyone here is living a... Evening, Jessie. Is it evening?
Welcome, Miss March.
These two are my friends. As for the man lying on the ground, he's a...
I see. Another poor guy who accidentally ended... There have been a lot of new faces lately. Things must be tough in the beautiful dream. The few...
Do such things often happening?
Not really, but they're becoming more frequent now. This man has had quite the shock. Could you help me find a Halovian lady, March?
A Halovian like...
That must be Robin. She's also here in Dreamflux.
Huh? Robin? But I thought she... Oh, right. If Firefly is here safe and...
Misha is about to take us to her to find out what happened. But before that, let's meet up with Himiko. You were with her earlier.
We met some stowaways in the residential area. I heard that places like I also heard that when Dreamflux...
If that's true...
Himeko must be gathering information.
Let's see how you handle a stroke of genius like this.
I knew you couldn't hold your liquor.
This is where we split up. She can't...
So that's how it is. I never imagined we'd get...
To borrow Gallagher's catchphrase, what an unpredictable
Himeko, here they are!
Ah, perfect timing. Now that everyone's here, I'd like to introduce everyone to Micah, who's partly in charge of the Land of the Exiles.
It's a pleasure to meet the Nameless.
You know...
I've been keeping an eye on you since the day you arrived in Penacony. Please, allow me to formally...
Grave?
Life in Dreamflux Reef is pretty liberating.
You're too modest, Micah. When lost dream chasers stumble upon...
So, Garten?
We're...
On that note, Mr. Mika, which tombstones are you...
They're actually just symbolic stones. But since you're curious, Mr. Yang, I'll take you there. I have a feeling you might find something of interest there. But before that, you have an important...
An important guest? Who could it be?
This way, please. The roads here in Dreamflux Reef are a bit run down, so watch your step. There she is.
Everyone sang so wonderfully.
Oh, I can't thank you enough, Robin.
It was nothing, Grace. I merely taught them how to sing. Life must be quite difficult for them, and...
That's right.
Whenever it's time to say goodbye to these kids, they're reluctant to leave. But I've explored every corner of Dreamflux Reef.
It seems you truly... Emma and Andy are orphans I took under my wing. Carol there, with her blind eyes, used to work at a nutrition center in the outer ring of Penacony. And as for Gary, he's been living with autism. If we compare people to birds, these kids are like fledglings with impaired wings. But in this dream, well, they... And me, an old lady with no legs. Well, without this dream, I couldn't even walk toward them.
I'm glad that you found a new life here in Penacony.
Don't worry, Robin. Dreams have their significance, but they aren't everything. Both the children and I understand this. No matter what, you know what? Emma and Gary aren't plagued by their insecurities anymore. No, you see, in dreams, we learn how to live.
And should our feathers be damaged, then we share our wings with one another. There's no need to covet an illusory sky in dreams, because we have the right and the ability.
It's a relief to see you safe and sound, Miss Rob.
It's nice to see you all again, Astral Express crew. I heard my disappearance caused quite the commotion out there.
Since you're here, can we assume that...
Ever since I returned to Penacony, my voice started to change, until it gradually faded away. At first, I thought it was a temporary ailment. Perhaps due to having been away too, but now it seems... the root of the problem goes way beyond me. There are elements around me that don't align with the harmony. And losing my voice is just one of the signs of the Sweet Dreams collapse.
The Sweet Dreams collapse. That memo keeper mentioned the same thing.
While I was away from Penacony, the boundaries of the 12 dreamscapes kept expanding outward. But whenever I mentioned the anomalies in my dreams, all the family heads refused to talk about it. Later, I discovered the secret letters from the IPC ambassador, which further convinced me that there are hidden secrets beneath the surface of Penacony. So, the land of the exiles, concealed by the family under the guise of death, A dream within a dream.
Hearing you speak, it sounds as if your voice...
I hate to admit it, but the harmony in this place resonates more broadly than with it's regrettable. But the family has experienced betrayal. The traitor, or traitors, abandoned their original principles and, using the name of harmony, this is not the strong defending the weak, but rather the strong exploiting the weak. A world without equality won't ever be favored by the harmony. And naturally, those voices blessed by them have lost the ability to sing.
Could there be another force influencing the family's shift in philosophy? Considering what happened with Acheron, it's difficult to conceive of another entity within the realm of the harmony capable of influencing everyone. Unless...
I'd heard about what happened to the Xianzhou Alliance. But as far as I'm aware, the family hasn't faced any such external interventions. Regardless, I cannot accept my home is moving towards the very opposite of what I must uncover the reason why Mikhail cut ties with the family. And who exactly it was who betrayed us all. Do you remember our arrangement, Mr. Micah? Well, I've decided to forgo my role and never step foot on the Charmony Festival's...
Look here, brother. A little bird.
Looks like a fledgling but Charmony doves don't live here. So, how did this little bird get here?
It looks weak and frail. Why don't we...
This place is too dangerous for a fledgling. Let's take it with us. We can put it on the wooden shelf in front of your window.
Okay. A bird like that must have a...
I'll ask the family head to build a
cage? But then it won't have...
Let's see. What is it that has captured the attention of the two best interpreters of the Great One? Oh, poor little thing.
I do. But I don't want to...
Why?
Even if it's small and not fully feathered, and can't sing. It didn't come into this world just to be locked up in a cage. Birds... They should be flying through...
That's quite the romantic idea. And what about you, a young scholar? Do you agree?
I think she's right. But if we leave it out in the wild, it won't survive for more than...
Ah, I see. It seems our little scholar is still a bit unsure. As you probably know, Charmony doves can fly through the air. When they fly really high, the friction caused by the flapping of their feathers against the atmosphere creates... We've seen this spectacle so many times that we think it's just something they can naturally do. But that's not the truth. Their radiant display, their ancestors were too weak to survive on the ground. So, to escape predators, they started seeking new opportunities in the... After countless attempts by many generations, one of them finally figured out how to fly.
So, you mean... birds aren't born to fly?
Well, that's an idealistic way of putting it. So...
I think people believe birds are meant to fly because they've never seen those birds crashing to their death.
That's an interesting perspective. So, have you...
For now, I'll keep it in a cage until it can take care of itself because I want it to live.
Well said, kids. It seems each of you has found your own answer.
We will take good care of it, won't we?
Yeah, but Mr. Gopherwood, there's...
And what might that...
What if this little Charmony dove never learns to fly? I mean, if there are fledglings in this world that can never fly throughout their... Should we let them go back to the sky? Only to see them crash to the ground and die?
Talking in your sleep, birdie? Time to wake up. Huh? Need a hand?
Happy about that?
Where is Robin? Tell me.
I knew that was going to be the first thing you'd ask. Don't worry, your sister is here, safe and sound. She's probably walking around the streets now. If I were you, I'd be more worried about myself. After all, right in front of you is the guy who just stabbed you in the chest with a dagger.
If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't give me the chance to speak. Just tell me your demands, lackey of the Watch.
So, you figured out who I am, huh? No wonder you had the guts to go against the Dream Master and the Four Families. Looks like I made the right choice. You are aware of my plan and see through my act. Time is running out, so let's drop the charades. I'm suggesting we cooperate.
Cooperate? What makes you...
The fact that the famous Robin has chosen my side. Plus, some clues about a traitor and a bright future for Penacony. Any of that catch your interest?
ไม่อยากเชื่อเลยว่าน้องเนี่ยอายุประมาณ13-14หน้าแก่มากโอ้ยอยากจะร้องไห้โกนหนวดโกนเขาเดี๋ยวนี้กูรับไม่ได้
I find it hard to believe
ช่วยโกนหนวดโกนเขาด้วย
Fine. You don't have to trust me. What you should trust is the sense of justice inside.
Show me Robin first.
All right, as you wish.
Huh?
What's your trick this time?
Just kidding. I mean...
And the crew, too. There are too many people who you owe an explanation.
That'd be great. Please follow me, Honorable Oak.
This is the monument I mentioned earlier. The names inscribed on it.
Rosalina and Tiernan.
When Penacony was known as a frontier prison, it was the Trailblazers who connected it with the stars. They were the heroes who saved Astana, and their names deserve to be immortal. However, today, the planet of
If their names are inscribed here...
According to Micah, they died long ago.
Rosalina was killed during the War of Independence. She ventured alone into the heart of the star system to investigate the flow of Memoria, but she never returned. Tiernan was a skilled gunslinger, strong and reliable. He led the people through countless battles, but he didn't live long enough to witness the arrival of true peace. In the decade following the war, Penacony faced challenges internal and external. To protect Astana, Tiernan took up the way of the Trailblaze and led the Lampmoth family to explore.
Though I had expected as much, the tales of these heroes...
True to the title of Trailblazer, they spent their lives venturing into the unknown.
When Dreamflux Reef was created, its owner was still alive. Here we meet again. Everyone...
Robin.
สูงมากเลยอ่ะนี่เด็ก13มันสูงขนาดนี้เลยเหรอผมเป็นยังต้องยอมแพ้ฉันว่าฉันก็มีอยู่นะหน้าแก่มากโกนหนวดโกนเขาที่กูขอร้อง โหดูตัวเตี้ยไปเลย
I promised to give the siblings some privacy, so let's talk about our business first. What?
That sounds sensible enough. Since you went through the trouble of gathering the family head, the crew, and the Stellaron hunters, I'm guessing you have some...
Oh? Is it that obvious?
The look on your face is practically screaming,
You're right, Mr. Yang. Siblings already know what they need to, and they've made their choice. But you, Nameless, arrived a bit late. So it's only fair that I answer your questions. Before we begin, let me reintroduce myself. I'm the founder of Dreamflux Reef, the deputy of the Watchmaker, and the one who sent out that invitation. As Gallagher, the history fictionologist, I humbly extend my greetings to you all.
history fictionologist? So what? Everything you told us?
Well, don't worry. Almost everything I shared was true. Well, except for the part about the family accepting me back.
I double-checked with Micah, and everything he said about the family, the Watchmaker, and Mikhail is true.
Thank you for your understanding. Now let's get down to business. I'm sure you're all wondering why I went through the trouble of setting up this battle for the legacy. Well, it all boils down to something very familiar to all of you.
The Stellaron? But how is that possible? Penacony is a free-flowing interstellar hub.
You're totally correct. So, care to... How keen. Well, what should I say? I expected nothing less from the person here who is the most familiar with Stellarons. The sweet dream doesn't come out of thin air. If you think of the memory zone as the sea, creating the land of the dreams is like filling that wild ocean with earth to make an island. To achieve this feat, without the help of an emanator of remembrance or enigmata, and that's not something you can achieve with a simple wish. It requires vast quantities of knowledge, time, and manpower. I'm sure in Azdana, the planet of festivities itself is a Stellaron disaster.
The planet of
It all started a long time ago, back when the Watchmaker and his crew liberated the frontier prison. They faced countless challenges as they began building Penacony from the ground up. That's when the idea of using the Stellaron came into play. The Stellaron first entered the Azdana system during the war. The Nameless warned everyone against the folly of attempting to tamper with such a power. The turning point came after Tiernan's death. With two of the Nameless gone, the Watchmaker had to go to the front lines. It was at that moment his rivals saw an opportunity. By the time a representative from the Montour system's family arrived at the Watchmaker's call, the Stellaron had already been activated and was seeping into the primordial synesthesia dreamscape.
And I suppose the family happened to possess the knowledge to seal the Stellaron?
Not just that. They knew far more about the Stellaron than the average person. They helped Mikhail swiftly quell the civil unrest and played a part in building. Those three eras were known as the Age of Dreaming. The Watchmaker, who had been left in the dark, sent out invitations across the universe, spreading the hype around the land of the...
Then, how did they turn against each other?
Remember the island in the ocean metaphor? The truth is, the Stellaron was never truly sealed. It existed in a different form within the dreamscape. Think about this. What would it cost to create and maintain such a lavish dream? It's people's lives. The opulent dream is built upon the decay of spirits, with a toxic elixir called pleasure flowing through the dreamscape. It tempts people to indulge in the dreamscape, and gradually their minds succumb, becoming nourishment for the sweet dream. Confusion, laziness, and cowardice, weaknesses that plague humanity, were magnified and nourished by the family. Penacony became a new kind of prison. Even sadly, we realized this far too late. By then, the family had a firm grip on Penacony, swiftly quelling any. At my wit's end, I had to use the power of the Enigmata and sought refuge in this chaotic realm. Over the years, I created a meme within this dream for our use. Dormancy. That's its real name. We exploited a loophole. You see, regular people can't fall asleep again while they are inside the dreamscape.
So this is the true meaning of the impossible. You sent out invitations in the Watchmaker's name to find forces capable of resolving the Stellaron disaster and draw them into...
It's not just that. Above all, I wanted to see what happens when the major factions engage in a struggle for the legacy. Since this is the Watchmaker's first announcement in decades, the traitor within the...
So, the legacy is just a
If you want to consider the Stellaron as the legacy, I'm totally...
If that's the case, where...
That's a question for Mr. Wings. The Stellaron is still under the family's control, and as the head of the Oak family, I'm sure he holds all the answers. Are you done talking? So, will you tell us where the Stellaron is?
It is the Penacony.
As I suspected, it's the embodiment of the family. The edifice that first materialized within the Sweet Dream. That's what turned Penacony into its current state.
As for the person who employed its power, it is in fact Mr. Gopherwood, the current Dream Master.
Well, that was easier than I thought. Did you conduct your own investigation already?
Correct. When I was trying to track down...
Confronting me first turned out to be a smart move on your part.
I didn't have other options. The Dream Master has been elusive, and even the heads of the families can hardly get an audience with him. Moreover, Mr. Gopherwood has been kind to my sister and me. And I didn't want it.
What do you mean by that?
To be honest, my brother and I are also victims of the cancer of all worlds. We grew up as orphans, and were adopted by the family when they came to help. Mr. Gopherwood recognized our, but I can't just stand by and watch Mr. Gopherwood become an enemy of the Harmony. I won't use my voice to support an evil cause. I won't step on that stage and sing, no matter who the traitor is, or what orders they give me. I won't let the Charmony Festival become an event that destroys Harmony itself, or the paradise in our dreams.
Indeed. For the paradise in our dreams. As the head of the Oak family, I'm responsible for ensuring Penacony's promising future. Robin and I will head into the Sweet Dream and confront the Dream Master. I'll fight alongside you. We'll put the Charmony Festival on hold and make sure
The enemies you are about to face aren't like this old dog here, who can barely even bark. Since our interests are aligned, why don't we team up? Maybe, just maybe, we'll have a shot at success.
We have always been following in the footsteps of our nameless predecessors, and there's no reason to stop now.
Yeah, we Nameless won't back down from a challenge. Isn't that right, Miss Trailblazer?
Rest assured, sitting on the sidelines isn't in our nature. Mr. Sunday, Miss Robin, I'm willing to accompany you on behalf of the Astral Express. Having a third party...
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you all very...
The Charmony Festival is about to start, and time is against us.
Everyone, let's gather over here. We still need to make some preparations. I may have been quick to step up to the plate, but confronting the Dream Master could be a very dangerous affair.
Huh? Even you're saying that, Mr. Yang?
He's the leader of the families of Penacony, and he has the entire power of the Harmony behind him, not to mention the Stellaron in his possession. We must proceed with great caution.
Maybe you can just stay behind?
No, that won't do. Even if we count Robin as an ally, something felt off about Mr. Sunday just now. Although, I can't quite put my finger on it. I have to make sure he won't turn against us when things start to get dicey. You're still carrying the keepsake the IPC envoy gave you, right? Maybe. Huh. As I suspected, this chip Aventurine gave to you is actually a miniature. If I'm right, he intends to use it to track your location or contact you when needed. As it so happens, this may actually be of some use.
Aventurine? Is he still alive? And what does he have to do with our...
Remember what I said earlier? Working with the IPC is a way to keep the family in check. If negotiations go south and the family show their true colors by going after the Stellaron, I'll use this transmitter to send a message to the IPC. The only question mark in all of this is Aventurine's current status. But the IPC is always listening, especially senior strategic investment department heads like him. Getting...
Good luck to you, Welt.
Well, you take care too. If anything goes wrong, don't...
Spoken like a true hero. Even if the Dream Master is innocent, the family's corruption runs deep. I won't make the same mistake Mikhail did.
Don't you have something else to tell us, Gal?
Why would you say so?
Before we departed, the conductor asked us to inquire about the three nameless in Penacony. We've already collected intel about Razalina and Tiernan, so the only one left is legwork. If I'm not mistaken, we've already met him somewhere, haven't we?
It's not enough to say meet, but the answer is pretty obvious. I've been watching over you ever since I received the reply from the Astral Express. And I've seen the great effort you all put into linking different realms together across the cosmos. And now, after getting this far all in one piece, Miss Himiko, were you the one who repaired the Express and got it sailing through the cosmos again?
Yes.
And you two, young Nameless, you have very interesting life stories and...
I don't know much about my life story, but I do have it.
You're full of energy. Please send my regards to the conductor, Pom Pom. Please let them know that their friend had fond memories from his time aboard the Express, which he reminisced on every time he had a good drink. As for the last Nameless, he embarked, disembarked, and embarked again, traveling in a great circle, ending up back where he started. On his deathbed, he told me to find the Astral Express and deliver an invitation to the future to come with me. Now,
again.
Sometimes I feel like you're still alive, old friend. Like you've still got so much to say and do. I've kept my promise, brought the future trailblazers you've waited so long for. I don't know why you were so obsessed with that train, but Don't let us down, old man.
What's happening?
มีคัสซีนแบบนี้ ผมนี่คือรอลุ้นเลยครับ อะไรอ่ะ
Go ahead. His resting place lies in the garden, the first and last nameless of Penacony.
อุ้ยมาเย็นอย่างนั้นก็แล้ว
Kale Char Legward, the watchmaker.
แล้ว แอบตื่นเต้นนะ
Sure enough, the watchmaker is the third nameless. Even I could guess that one.
อันนี้คือเขาตายแล้
The
ว
legacy he left behind was a dream bubble. I believe inside that bubble, there's something that holds meaning only. After all, when I checked its contents, I found nothing inside. Maybe some trailblaze runes? Even...
Well, let's...
Wait, what? Seriously? There's... How could a dream bubble...
Just as I suspected. That old man always had this strange belief in the nameless and the trailblaze. And I never understood where he got that confidence from. Especially since he never managed to get in touch with the Express while he was alive. I could never figure out what was going on in that old man's head. But this empty dream bubble is so typical of him. He was always full of weird fantasies. Mischievous old man.
Don't think that's the case, Gallagher. I'm sure Mikhail has left us the most precious thing of all.
Don't start getting all philosophical on me.
Just as Mikhail believes in the nameless of the future, we unconditionally believe in the nameless of the past. How could they leave with regrets for the future when they were ready to dedicate their lives to the land they loved? There must be something contained in this dream bubble. It's just we haven't figured it out yet. You also have faith.
Well, I'm a follower of the Enigmata. My philosophy forbids me. That's why I understand what faith means in the path of Trailblaze. also want to know.
Can I borrow your pet? I need to make a trip back to Golden Hour and check something at the Dreamscape sales store. It's for Mikhail, and for the future.
Welcome to the Reverie Hotel. How may I help?
Greetings. We're the Nameless from the Astral Express. And
The Astral Express?
yes, my companion's already checked in. My name is Dan Hung, and I believe my personal...
I see, but your companion said you wouldn't be coming due to a change of plans.
Now the plans have changed again.
And you...
Me? I'm Pom Pom.
What
The
you?
new Nameless, who's also in the
What
Astral
you?
He's my fellow trailblazer. We responded to the family's invitation before he...
Oh, I see. Another one of the Nameless had a similar situation. Seems like a lot of people are joining the Trailblaze these days. Since there's a precedent, it shouldn't be a problem. Just give me a second to contact your companions. I'm sorry, dear guests, but it seems I'm unable to reach the other members.
What do you mean by...
My apologies. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. However, the system indicates that those guests are still in...
How about this? Give me their room number.
I'm afraid that's not possible. I need to verify both of your...
How about you just wake up someone? Let's say...
I'm sorry, but there are strict rules regarding...
So nothing works, huh? What's your solution then? Are you saying we sleep here?
Please be patient. We need to contact your companions in order to...
And now it seems you need to confirm our identities before you can contact our...
It...
Oh, fudge.
แม่งูเอ๋ย
Nothing personal, but if you can't handle this, go find someone else who can, okay?
Please calm down, dear guests. I do recall that Mr. Sunday, the Oak family head, personally handled this issue earlier.
I don't think she's trying to give us a hard time. She really just doesn't know what to do.
I have a bad feeling about this. You tried to contact them on the Express earlier, but they didn't respond.
Something doesn't seem right. I need to...
Sure thing. Don Hung seems pretty worried about his companions. I should give him some space. Stressing out about it won't help
Oh
anything.
my god แล้วดูข้อมูลไม่ได้ด้วยนะ โคตรเท่
The Charmony Festival is about to start. I'm so excited!
Hey, you guys here for the...
Well, I didn't come all the way here specially for the festival. Honestly, I don't really even...
Well, back in my home world, Anaria, we have festivals like that all the time. My dad threw me a birthday party one time that was just...
Oh, come on! The Charmony Festival is a once-in-an-Amber Era event. How can a birthday party compare?
Well, you never know, right? Maybe on her world, birthdays only happen once in Amber Era. Anyway, let's forget about that.
Unsettling things?
Relax. With a big event like this, there's bound to be lots of gossip and rumors. Don't worry. If...
Oh, that's a relief. I didn't come all this way to see the festival go down the drain. Well, looks like I won't get any fudging clues out of these two. They're
ไอ้เต้าสองคนด้วยนะ น่ารักอะ
Face recognition failed, lousy robot. Locked and loaded.
Greetings. I'm Cody of the Bloodhound family, head of security for the hotel. How may...
Hello. So, there's something I wanted to ask about. I've been hearing. Do you think there's anything to be worried about? I've traveled all the way from the Hawaii Federation, and I don't want my trip to be ruined.
What do you mean?
Wait. You haven't heard?
I'm not sure where you heard those rumors, but they're completely baseless. I can assure you, as a representative of the Bloodhound family, that everything is going smoothly for the Charmony Festival. At present, all of the families are focused on making sure the festival starts on time. Even the Dream Master himself has arrived. So don't worry, your trip won't be in vain.
That's a relief to hear. She doesn't appear to be acting. So, it seems that even the hotel staff are out of the loop. Back already?
Hasn't she returned yet?
Nope. I'm starting to wonder. Sending her to contact Sunday was a good idea. Neither the staff nor the guests seem to know anything about what's happening in the dreamscape, and wherever we go.
I agree. Another unusual thing is that the Oak family is supposed to be in charge of organizing the council and managing everything inside, and I walked around the hotel but didn't meet a single member of the Oak family on such an important day.
Well, I'll be forked. If I remember correctly, the head of the Oak fam...
We shouldn't linger here too long.
Not so fast. Have you ever robbed the IPC, bro? If you run away now...
Are you suggesting we sit here?
I wouldn't say do nothing. But let's stay put for now. Even if the family has ulterior motives, they don't want to attract unwanted attention from certain outsiders, so they won't do anything reckless. See? Yet,
if I were a family member, I'd find an official excuse and keep the surprise factors here.
Of course, we don't need to walk into their trap. I gave a backup plan to the memo keeper. If it turns out we won't be allowed to enter the dreamscape, she'll order a drink for me in the VIP lounge at the hotel. In reality...
A secret signal.
That's right.
Oh, a concrete object can indeed help the memo keeper establish a connection with you. But Boot Hill...
I'm sorry. But it's one of my quirks. I have too many unreliable friends. And if I reveal that I have backup plans, things can go awry. And that would leave all backup plans completely useless.
How do we get into the VIP lounge?
This is where my street smarts come into play. Face recognition failed, lousy robot. You're the lobby manager, right?
Yes, I am.
We're the Nameless from the Astral Express. We wanted to check in, but there's something wrong with your system. The lady at the front desk said she would contact the manager, but we've been waiting here forever without any food or water. What the fork, man? Is this how the family treats its guests?
Is this your idea of street?
It's called standing up.
I apologize for the inconvenience. Please wait while we try to contact Mr. Sunday. I'll arrange 2 premium seats in the VIP lounge so you can rest there while you wait.
Just don't call yourself Nameless next time.
Wow, this bar's something else. Certainly worthy of
ยังรู้บาร์ VVIP
One peach soul glass, shaken, not stirred. Good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, I have an order for a bottle of His Donna's White Oak. Can you help us find it?
Donna's White Oak.
Oh, no way.
If someone had reserved such a beverage, I would definitely remember it. It sells for hundreds of thousands of credits per bottle, after all. I could...
That's strange.
What should we do now?
Oh, no need to rush. Let's grab some drinks first. Maybe I arrived too early and it hasn't come yet. Now, let's see what kind of juice malts you all have here.
Wow, that's the most expensive one on the list. You have a taste for...
It's on the house.
What can I get for you?
Anything you recommend.
Then I would recommend today's special, Glass Village. It's classic Soul Glad mixed with...
This flavor. Dynamite barbecue with rocket fuel. Ooh, really hits the spot.
Dynamite barbecue with rocket fuel. Is that really something that humans enjoy?
Hey, this guy doesn't know anything at all.
As long as you're satisfied, dear guests, please enjoy.
Let's give the memo keeper another half-system hour. If she doesn't show up, we'll need to come up with a new plan. In the meantime...
The situation is unclear. Something must have happened on the planet of festivities. It's unusual for the followers of the Harmony to invite other factions, let alone the IPC and the Masked Fools. If what you said about the Emanator of the Nihility is true...
Actually, there's something else I'm concerned about. Regarding that, as you know, the faction that follows the path of the Hunt are some of the most dangerous folks in the cosmos to mess with. I mean, who in the right mind would impersonate the Xianzhou Alliance or the Galaxy Rangers? It's like asking for a dip. Isn't there a saying among the Xianzhou people that the Rainbow Sect lets their Lux Arrow do all
talking? Do all the talking?
Well, you know what I mean. Even though the Galaxy Rangers have been out of sight for years, we've been keeping an eye on this region. Even the dumbest criminals know better than to mess with the Annihilation Gang. But that Acheron lady, she doesn't seem like a lunatic at all. On the contrary, she's highly logical and organized. She knows exactly when to hold back and when to strike without mercy.
And you believe that someone like her would have an ulterior motive for impersonating a Galaxy Ranger?
I'm not entirely sure, but I do have my suspicions. Maybe she knows a Galaxy Ranger, or perhaps she's trying to lure us out for some reason, which I can't figure out.
Anyway, what worries me more are the anomalies within the family. They've summoned followers from various paths for the festival. No matter how generous such a gesture is, unless the invitations weren't sent by them. If that's the case, it's even more intriguing that the family insists on organizing the Charmony Festival.
Maybe it's Shipe the harmony pulling the strings. You find it beyond human understanding because it wasn't arranged by humans at all. People do stupid things out of irrational impulses. They abandon their principles when self-interest isn't, but eons don't. They stick to their determined path and never turn back, even if they...
You think Shipe's will is behind all this?
It may not necessarily be Shipe. But there's definitely some... It's much simpler when you boil it down to the eons and paths. Like how Lon always follows the path of the hunt, or how the Express stays true to the Trailblaze despite Akavilli's disappearance.
But in my opinion, Akavilli's fall holds significance for the Nameless.
Oh, so you're saying the Nameless now have to take responsibility for their own choices because their absolutely right leader is gone?
Exactly. I believe the purpose of the journey isn't just about following a path that's always... It's more about doing your best to choose the right path for yourself among countless possibilities.
I don't know what you've been through, but I agree that people must take responsibility for their choices, because no one else can do it for them. That's why the Galaxy Rangers need to uncover the imposter and figure out her true intentions. Just in case. I have a backup plan if the Memo Keeper doesn't show up. This is my final.
You sure have a lot of cards up your sleeve.
Well, going back to my old career would make things a lot easier. By the way, when you were walking around the hotel, did you happen to see any important...
What's your plan?
It's simple. We just grab some hostages and use them as bargaining chips with the family. Or maybe we can even take...
No need for that. We'll return to the Express.
Wait. Are you getting scared? Draw your weapon. Let's make a big scene.
Are you leaving, esteemed guests? Would you like to cancel that As Donna's White Oak you just ordered?
Huh? As Donna's White Oak?
Ha ha. Looks like you are a bit intoxicated, esteemed guests. You ordered a bottle of...
Looks like your Memo Keeper friend has finally arrived.
Oh, right. Sorry, my memory's not the best. You know, too many modifications and all. Anyway, let me check. I'll be waiting for you on the Astral
No mistake. That's her message to you. She knew the hotel wasn't safe, so she suggested we find another place.
Well, looks like we took a detour, but now it's back to the Astral Express. So...
You're back? 2 guests just boarded saying they were looking for Boot Hill, so I told them to wait in the parlor car.
Oh, just in time.
2 guests?
Yeah, or 2. Look, we welcome all passengers on the Astral Express, but sneaking in like that, you have no regard.
My apologies, conductor. It was an oversight on my part. I assumed you were already acquainted with the garden. Given the chaotic situation in Penacony, the Nameless are the only ones we can truly trust right now.
You are the Memo Keeper.
Pleased to meet you, Dan Hung. I've seen you in others' memories. And as for Boot Hill, this is our first face-to-face meeting. I hope you enjoyed that bottle of...
Finally, Memo Keeper. Well, let's cut to the chase. Spill everything you know.
That's precisely what I intend to do. But before that, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Black Swan, and I serve the Garden of Recollect. I'm sure she knows it better than I do.
Greetings. I'm Acheron.
What? You Garden of Recollection shirtbag!
I apologize, but she did that at my request. Due to certain reasons, I have been exiled by the family. Thankfully, this memo keeper came to my aid and helped me as—
To be honest, it was more like stalking than helping. And the process was far from unnoticed. But we did escape.
I asked her to guide me to a place beyond the family's reach and to contact a few trustworthy individuals, namely all of you.
Trustworthy? Son of a nice lady. You think I'm dumb or something? How about this? I'll put a few bullet holes in your head and see what secrets spill out. Then...
It doesn't have to be like that. I'm willing to answer all your questions, but not right now. If my cover hadn't been blown, we might have had more time, but at the moment, we don't have any other options.
No other options? What do you mean?
This is the only way I can ensure everyone's safety. I kindly request an immediate warp jump out of the Astana star system.
This passenger is
As far as I can tell, she's not a threat and seems to be telling the truth.
I've briefly traveled with your companions and know their whereabouts, Danheng. Please rest assured, your nameless companions are safe, but they need our help. As for Boot Hill, you may have guessed. I've been waiting for you. Galaxy Rangers are known for their elusive nature and limited contact with each other, so this was the only way I could reach out to you. Only by doing this can I find a true Galaxy Ranger and fulfill a long-standing promise. To return his relics to their rightful owner. Someone once told me that every rainfall is like a gift from the heaven. Raindrops are said to be the tears of the gods, shed in response to the sorrows of the world. Their constant pour. So, how long has this rain been going on for?
I used to believe, just like you, that it would eventually stop. Looks like the god you mentioned doesn't exist after all. Well, let me share a story. Mortals who walk the paths are like sailors on a vast ocean. And for some, their presence leaves such a strong mark that it's
like those shadows on the ocean.
Sin-thirsters, the obsessions of the Pathstriders. They emerge from the depths of IX, seeing themselves as they emerge from the nihility and head toward it, leading purposeless lives. They were once my dear companions, a group of Galaxy Rangers.
Are you watching over them?
Watching over them? No. I'm guiding them. It was a brutal war. A crusade that shook the universe. The universe witnessed the fall. The unwavering determination of the Hunt followers persists even in death. So someone must guide these lost souls to their life beyond. They were heroes in their time. And they shouldn't be reduced to mere puppets of nihility. As for me, I've suffered too many losses on that battlefield to advance any further. And
But you know, these sin thirsters, they're not who
สวัส
they
ดี
used
ค
to
รับ
does this seem pointless? Will some tasks have to be done?
I can help you.
For what?
ยังไม่ถึงเวลานอนผมหรอก อีกนานอ่ะกว่าจะถึงเวลานอน
For the meaning of annihility. That's what I've been seeking.
I see. After all, this realm is awfully... Thank you, stranger. I wish that you find what you seek.
Before we part ways, I have one more question. It is true that their actions and even their entire lives may seem pointless from our perspective. But if, and it's just an if,
ไม่ครับ
if this is what the departed ones expected.
A good question. And the proof what I do know is that one day I too will pass away. Someone will stand at my grave.
When I appeared as a child, my speech, mindset, and soul reflected immaturity. As I grew into adulthood,
I humbly request your blessings, esteemed advocate of Shipe.
come to me, my kinship. I have sought their presence with us.
ไม่ครับ เสียงยังไม่กลับมา เพราะว่ายังไออยู่ ก็เลยไม่อยากพูดมาก
As you wish. I have faithfully served the Alfalfa family for nearly a decade, promoting the path of the harmony to the best of my ability. However, I made a mistake yesterday. While
น้อ
I
ง
was
ชื่อซัน
preparing
เดย์
dinner
นะ
for the family head, I accidentally
น้อง
dropped
สาว
a
ชื่อ
bad
โรบิน
dish on the floor. Out of laziness, I lied and claimed that everything was ready. Although the head has dismissed me as punishment, it has been tough to sleep with the guilt still gnawing at me. As I
Do you sincerely repent and vow to change your ways?
Yes.
Have you examined your soul and confessed all your sins?
Oh. Yes.
Are you willing to accept the process?
Yes.
Very well. Show your dedication and goodwill to the family, and you shall be reinstated.
Oh, praise Shipe. And thank you, esteemed advocate.
ได้แล้วครับ ได้แล้วครับ 78 โล
Next.
I wholeheartedly confess to you. Please.
Rest assured, I have implored their presence to be with us.
Oh, great. You know, I arrived in Penacony as a stowaway. I sold everything to get a ticket.
I see.
My children were starving, and I hoped they'd have a chance at survival if they became slaves here. If I can strike it rich here, I'll lift them out of that situation. But the Bloodhound family got wind of it. They're on my tail, hunting me down. I thought I could bring my kids here.
The family is ready to forgive all sinners. I'll ask the Bloodhound family to cease their pursuit.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Next, please step forward.
หน้าฝนก็ดีฮะ ไม่ต้องร้อน
Hey, long time no see, Mr. Sunday. The most esteemed individual in Penacony. And
I have sought their presence with us. Let us proceed.
Sure, let's just get this over with. I have sinned. Please forgive me. I wasted half a pizza at breakfast. That's it. Nothing more. Can we wrap this up? I've got a robo-ball game to catch, you know?
Do you seek to atone for your sins through good deeds?
My sins? Starting to sound like a saint, huh? Well, let me tell you something. Neither the family nor you... You think nobody knows what your precious family has done? About the watchmaker? Huh? Don't kid yourself, Featherbrain. Those dream chasers might be fooled by your act, but don't fool yourself. Before you start spouting off your holy verses, answer me this. Where does the power of the Oak family come from? And your power? What makes you think you can sit there all high and mighty, looking down on everyone? Well, I've spent enough time in confession today to enter the Harmony's paradise, right? Then I'll take my leave. Good luck with your election, and, don't make me regret...
Oh, revered triple-faced soul, hear my doubts. Who can judge the strong when their power hides their crimes? Who can vouch for the weak when they will pay any price to survive? Who can comfort the purest souls when even they get led astray?
ก็ต้องอ่านซับสิ
If the strong defending the weak is truly the foundation, then who is responsible?
Brother? Brother, are you all right?
I'm fine. I've been working long hours.
You've been working non-stop on the Charmony Festival, Mr. Sunday, and no one could have predicted this incident. Even if the Stellaron does pose a grave threat, I still feel sorry for all the trouble we've caused you.
No need to worry about troubling anyone. The Charmony Festival was meant to spread joy and harmony across the cosmos. But now that we know the truth,
เปิดทำไม
I'm
อะแอ
afraid
ร์
we'll have to cancel it.
เปิดพัดลมสิ
It
It has always been our wish to make everyone happy, so... Well, even if the negotiation does not go smoothly, I'll refuse to go on stage.
I'm relieved to see your determination. You know, since arriving in Penacony, we haven't had any contact with this Dream Master himself.
The Dream Master rarely grants an audience, even for us.
Perhaps you'll be the first guest to meet the Dream Master in years, Miss...
Let's hope we can
Indeed.
It's about time. We'll have to get ready for the meeting. I apologize for any inconvenience caused.
Don't worry. I'll be waiting.
It's Mr. Sunday! Hey, come over here!
เดี๋ยวผมมานะ
Looks like someone needs help.
เดี๋ยวผมออกไปในครัว
Let's
แป๊
go
บนึ
check
ง
it out.
ผมไม่ได้ลาผมก็บอกอยู่ว่าเดี๋ยวผมมา
Oh, Mr. Sunday. Hey there! Okay, see the moon in the sky? It's about the size of the cap on my Soul Glad bottle. If I just
The moon? You mean the Grand Theater?
Yeah. Look at me, but it's no big deal. They told me not to sell everything I had just to come to Penacony.
Selling everything you had? Why would you go to such lengths?
Why? Can't you see? Life back home is miserable. It's not really living at all. It's better to be here at Penacony. No pain, no worries about tomorrow, just sweet dreams. You can do whatever you want. That's what I call living.
Is this truly living?
Huh? What did you say, young lady? I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, it's nothing, sir. You see, the traffic on Glock's Avenue can be dangerous. How about I ask a Bloodhound family member to escort you to Ideen Park over there?
Oh, yeah, that's a great... See you around, Mr. Sunday, and...
What's up, sister?
This is the land of the dreams. But why do they live like this? The man we ran into, he doesn't seem happy at all. Even though sweet dreams are nice, they're just illusions. But for him, they're the only way to survive, even if it means giving up on reality. That's not really living at all.
I รู้ได้ไงว่าผมไปต้มมาม่าผมหิว
I suppose you have a point. But, in my opinion, that's how...
Why do you say that?
You think that man is not actually living, but that's not quite accurate. Even without Penacony, people create their own illusions called self-value. People believe they have a predetermined value to fulfill. Gaining value means gaining power, and those deemed worthless are seen as the weak. However, value doesn't come out of thin air, and there's a limit to it. To accumulate value, people have to take from others.
Are you suggesting that this is not how things should be?
Exactly. But, ironically, people don't think there's anything wrong with it, because they uphold the illusory notion of self-value. The survival of the fittest. That's where all the tragedies in the world come from. People come to the sweet dream in Penacony. No tragedies exist here. Only happiness. Although...
Perhaps that man is just an exception. Let's not jump to conclusions. We should experience the dream.
Yes. Seeing is believing. I'll accompany you.
Glad to meet you again, Robin. How are the preparations for the Charmony Festival coming along? we're all...
It's going smoothly. Thanks for making the trip to join the festival.
You're too kind, Robin. It's a pleasure to have guests from all over the universe celebrating day and night. I can't stand being lonely or bored, so this jubilant dreamscape is perfect for me.
But if this went on forever, would it get boring too?
Nah, not at all. Who would get tired? Every day, you get to wear fancy clothes, explore all sorts of dream bubbles, indulge in delicious food without gaining weight, and you never...
But you know that only a few things can be brought back from the dreamscape to reality.
That's exactly why I don't plan on bringing anything back. Just enjoying the dream itself is good enough for me. I mean, I'm not one of those long-living species. I only have around. Only in this sweet dream can I truly feel like I'm in control of my life and fate.
I see.
And I wish you a fantastic performance, Robin!
Seems like that guest's perspective didn't resonate with you.
She had a valid point. I could sense her genuine happiness.
What you're trying to say is, she thinks she's in control.
Well, she did make mention.
However, the paradise in our dreams, it doesn't...
No. In the paradise we yearn for.
Anna, กินให้อร่อยกินเผื่อด้วยนะ
The scenery in this dreamscape is truly breathtaking.
Oh, Robin. You're right. Even though time stands still in this dreamscape, it always feels fresh.
A philosophical mind.
Oh, not at all, no. With little time left, I yearn for meaningful conversations, especially with someone as esteemed.
It's my pleasure. No need to be formal. Just speak your mind. You said, with little time left.
Yeah. I was part of a war, and while escaping from the Sarkosian mothership, I got exposed to
กินไปด้วยอ่านเนื้อเรื่องไปด้วย
radioactive materials. And then, all my comrades died, and my hometown was wiped out by neutron bombardments. I couldn't bear to live. They have, and I'm truly grateful for that. They provided me with a comfortable room, the most advanced life support devices in the cosmos, and a stellar team of caregivers. My physical body is now in the dream pool, sustained by life support. The me you see here is whole, rational, and no different from any other person. My true appearance. Huh? I hope you never...
So... you'll...
Just being able to live at all is good enough for me. Whether it's in this dreamscape, my world has been torn apart, and my life could end any second. So, even if this whole place is an illusion, it's... how I envy those everlasting things.
That old man's story... it's so... tragic.
That's precisely why this sweet dream in Penacony exists.
However, even this sweet dream has its limitations. While it provides solace to the disillusioned,
There will be a way out. Penacony is already on the right track.
ผมคิดไปเองหรือเปล่าว่า พี่ชายกับน้องสาวคิดต่างกันไงไม่รู้
look what
น้อง
we
สาว
have
อะ
here. A lovely young
คิด
lady.
ว่าความฝันอะก็ต้องมีวันสิ้นสุด
Is
แต่พี่ชายอะ
me?
อยากให้ความฝันดำเนินต่อไป
But brother. What a surprise to see you again.
Show yourself. Your trick won't work on us.
I've heard that a skilled mass fool received an invitation too. That must be you, right? Did you enjoy yourself?
Barely. The people here are way too gullible. A little bait is all it takes for them to bite. And they run away at the slightest hint of danger. In other words, they're not—
Now that you've had your fill, it'd be wise to leave before it's too late. The music of the harmony doesn't tolerate discord.
What? Now that you have the real Robin, I'm useless? Oh, how disheartening. I've done so much for the family. You should be thanking me, because if it weren't for me cleaning up this mess, Penacony would still be in shambles.
That was a personal request from the head of the Iris family, and it has nothing to do with us.
The Charmony Festival? You think you can scare me? You think I've no idea what you're planning? I don't care what you're thinking, Chicken Wing Boy. But I'm pretty sure our lovely Robin won't be appearing on stage. After all, you're Penacony, the land of the dreams. Is this truly the paradise you desire?
Stop it.
What's the rush, Chicken Wing Boy?
Our paradise is none of your concern, masked fool. Leave now, or the family won't tolerate you anymore.
All right. I'll go. But Robin, do you really believe those living in dreams can escape pain and find true happiness? Well, I've done my part. And now I'm simply waiting for the fireworks to begin. Here, the last two gifts for both of you. And don't lose them. If by some unfortunate chance the charm— And it'll be thrilling.
I heard a raven cawing in the distance. It seems the Dream Master will arrive soon. Let's wait here for the Dream Master to arrive.
Okay. By the way, brother, I heard you no longer have a sweet tooth. Back when we were kids, it seems like a lot has changed during my absence. What exactly happened?
Well, someone has to stay awake even in this sweet dream.
But that someone doesn't have to be you, or anyone in particular. You're carrying too much on your shoulders, brother. The paradise in our dreams. It shouldn't be like this. Penacony is nothing more than a dream. It can't erase the worries and pain of reality, or bring true happiness. It only offers an escape from reality.
Remember the old man we met earlier? Without this dream, he might have completely lost himself.
That might be true, but even without Penacony, he could have chosen another path. As far as I know, the Intelligentsia Guild has been promoting their rehabilitation techniques for a long time now. That path may have been more ordinary and challenging, but now he is receiving hospice care in a comatose state, and his fate is sealed. Is Penacony granting these people a future, or is it taking it away from them?
Well, don't forget this. Not everyone really has a future. The future for humanity is like the sky for birds. People mistakenly believe that flight is inherent to birds because they've never witnessed those. Do you remember how we took in that little Charmony dove when we were young?
Yeah. We took care of it. Provided food and water, groomed its feathers. And later, when I decided to leave Penacony,
Well, I didn't mention what happened to it in my letters shortly after you left. It crashed to its...
I had surmised as much. I knew you wouldn't have avoided mentioning the bird for no reason. Despite that unfortunate outcome, I still believe it was the right decision. Birds aren't meant to spend their lives in cages. They belong in the sky.
But here's the thing. If there are birds in this world that can never fly, can we really assert that they belong in the sky?
ผมมองเลยว่าความคิดแตกแยกกันและสองคนนี้
Are you implying that the same goes for humans too?
มันคือจุดแตกหัก
Let's take the Astral Express as an example. The Nameless made tremendous efforts to bridge worlds, gaining fame across the universe. However, only a few extraordinary individuals can endure such a perilous journey. That's because the pursuit of the Trailblaze exceeds the capabilities of ordinary humans. Otherwise, why would this path be filled with broken rails, an abandoned express, and even...
That's just sophistry. If that were true, then only the...
Unfortunately, that's exactly what happens. Another name for the future is self-value. While this world has its fair share of heroes who inspire people and garner admiration for their heroic deeds, the majority of ordinary people, some are born weak and vulnerable. Some find themselves trapped in unfortunate circumstances. Some fall victim to malice and cowardice. When it comes to survival, everyone is equal. And the weak can only watch as their value gets...
That's why we should care for the weak and support them as if their suffering were our own. That's what the Odes of Harmony have always taught us.
While the Harmony holds noble aspirations, the strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. Even in this carefree dream. Human nature contains greatness, but it also harbors inherent weaknesses that can't be. In the end, if people can't even secure their own survival, they won't care about the illusory future of equality. As long...
But if people don't live for the future, do they merely exist for survival? If even you, my brother, don't believe that the Harmony will save the weak, then which eon can make our dreams come true?
People often forget that when the first bird took flight, the entire world, no more fledglings would ever crash to their death.
สวัสดีครับ ผมไม่รู้หรอกว่าใครพระเอกอะแต่ผมรู้แค่ว่าความคิดน้องกับความคิดพี่ไม่ตรงกัน
Mr. Gopherwood gave me a picture book. It's about the story of the harmonic strings. If I could become a chord master, I'd like to summon Dominicus, the harmonious choir.
I see. Then,
Don't you have a wish of your own, brother?
of course I do. It's just that it includes your wish and everyone else's.
Then, let's build a stage there and invite everyone to our performance. So that
It's a deal then.
Yeah, it's a deal.
Maybe you will have to become a star first.
You're back sooner than I thought. Any results?
Yes. And now, it's up to us to forge ahead.
Since he's already carried out his last wish, my final mission is complete. But pardon me if I sound curt. It's good to have determination. The path Mikhail left, why else would he have chosen to sleep in solitude? Staking everything on some nameless in the future.
ตื่นนานแล้วครับ
But you have the
ไปเวลา
numbers.
นอนละ
And in numbers comes strength.
Got any more encouraging words?
As I see it, relying on Welt's negotiations alone is far from enough. Regardless of whether the other part, Penacony is our rival's home turf, and we already have very few chips left to play with. We're more familiar with the Stellaron's properties than most. And since it's the key to stabilizing the sweet dream, it's vital to the...
That's right. As long as we pose a threat to the Stellaron, either with word, but the problem is, on the eve of the Charmony Festival opening, how exactly are we going to...
So, no one's gonna say anything? Then I'll raise my hand. I know the answer to this question. What's that supposed to mean? You'd better believe it. So, I heard that before the Charmony Festival begins, there'll be a pageant to kick off the festival. It's called the Soul Glad. As long as we clinch the top spot, we'll be able to attain the title of Festive Superstar and be able to personally bask in the graces of Miss Robin.
So, how do we go about participating in these festivities?
I've already procured special. To tell you the truth, I had been preparing to join the auditions.
So they're still running this thing, huh? It was originally just a publicity stunt.
We'll follow Marge's plan. Mr. Gallagher, will you be joining us?
I'm afraid I won't have the time. As a virtual character, I've already completed my final mission.
Should we ever cross paths again? I'd love for you to visit.
All right. I'll have to add to that data bank of yours.
And Miss Firefly, we thank you for all your support. We're faced with a formidable enemy. As long as the Astral Express and Stellaron Hunter's objectives are aligned...
We've already come this far together. I'd like to join you for the rest of your journey on Penacony.
This is also the spirit of the Trailblaze.
Oh, wow, they've really outdone themselves.
Behold, here come four friends with spirit high and full of steel. Yes, you,
me, you four. What are you hoping to get out of all this?
As the last group of contestants, how confident are you in
Would you be open to a brief exclusive interview with us?
Your journey is long and fraught with peril, yet under—
The sword and rose! Protect the beauty.
A knight's head is hard as steel. Brother Lance Focus is stubborn as a heel.
ได้แล้วค
We
รับ
don't all have to be winners. If
เจ็ด
we
สิบ
don't
แปด
have
ลง
fun, we'd all be sinners.
People are pouring in. Kinda feels.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make way. Make way. Coming towards us now is one of Pennacone's top 10 wealthiest tycoons and the Soul Glad. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the director of Soul Glad's factory, Ideen Lida.
Hello, everybody. I'm Himiko, a nameless from the Astral Express, and these are my companions.
Don't you guys need to hide your identity?
Can't hide it anyways. Penacony is plastered with our posters. And because the hello, everyone! I'm March 7th.
Hello, everyone. I'm Firefly.
So it's a bunch of nameless guests. This final face-off is bound to be spectacular. Time is precious. Grab a bottle of Soul Glad and make your drink.
This place is buzzing.
That's right. This venue is a miniature representation of that time known as the era filled with boundless. Grab a bottle of Soul Glad. Nameless, your arrival reminds me of the grand once. During a particularly grueling day, I passed out and was resuscitated by a drink from Mr. Sousa. That sweet taste has since been etched. The dream-chasing era was. I wholeheartedly hope you make it to the finish and emerge. That's the trailblazing spirit.
Hello, everyone! Next up, get ready for the Mega March 7th.
Trailblazing into the uncharted.
I hope that by the end of this journey.
Ah, a wonderful wish. Miss Hint.
Safety first, everyone.
Simple. Waiting for you are 3 stages, each connected to that era. The first 2 stages offer 2 distinct paths to choose from, with unique challenges on each route. And in the last stage, you will face off against a champion who has defended the title to this very day. Those are the rules. Simple. Everyone clear? Now, I hereby announce.
Everyone, as the Charmony Festival is drawing closer, March and I haven't known—
Fine by me. Let's do it.
All right. I don't have a problem with that.
We'll split into the assigned groups then. Let's not waste time.
Welcome to the first stage of Soul Glad Enterprises 30th. In the School of Acting Challenge, you have to complete 3 performances from 3 scripts and move the panel judges. Now, make your choice.
Yes อัดซีนอย่างเปรี้ยว
The champion's crown awaits you on the stage. Welcome to the arena of action stars.
Competitors, allow me to introduce the rules of this challenge to you. There are a total of 3 stages up ahead, each with their own challenges. The enemies you will contend against are antagonists from the... It's worth mentioning that the fastest time for this stage was achieved by a contestant with fiery red hair.
Time is of the essence.
Contestants, you are about to confront the monsters of the primordial dreamscape as dream chasers who've come to panic.
All the Soul Glad is ours!
Sure, I'll play along. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Ill tidings manifest.
Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Soul Glad, my...
It's pretty simple. I just hope.
Congratulations on becoming the first group of dream chasers! Answering the call from the what just as you're about to give up.
Why is our...
Because this is Soul Glad.
Isn't this just product...
To safeguard the...
No dirty tricks. High stakes, high rewards. Spend freely. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Oh.
This is double speed.
Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Ill fate descends.
Still waters of oblivion.
Time for a fun.
The world kisses me with...
Congratulations to our 2 dream chasers for establishing yourselves as budding stars in Penacony. However, now you face a competitor selling at low prices, pushing you to the... No matter how...
None will take my soul. Oh, dinosaur! Devour my enemy! Grab a bottle of...
High stakes, high rewards. It's on me.
Ill tidings manifest.
Destined for oblivion.
This is double speed.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. How familiar.
Watch your head. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off.
Ill fate descends. Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
Still waters of oblivion.
That should do. Isn't this fight way...
Transforming into a dinosaur isn't imaginative enough for you? After an extended battle, you in the years that fall. Oh.
Looks like we won. Let's hurry up and get to the next stage.
Congrats to... Look at the time!
That red-hair contestant...
You'll find out eventually, but only if you clear the next test first. Welcome to the second stage of the You have the option to choose gunfire and undergo Brother Hanu's trial, or time. And now, make your... Dear friends, welcome to the wonderful... It's said that the watchmaker dreamed up like a skilled pilot. He's... Contestants, may you have...
The trial of time.
Am I just a failure? Am I just a... I'm just a... What? You guys are just... See? I'm just tick-tock.
Clocky?
In Dreamville, Clocky...
I can't believe it's actually...
You see, we're all clocks.
Please, just let...
Oh, dear. See? Don't worry, miss. Over here, my friends. Better use that hamster ball night speed. This must be one of the missing parts that Big Tinker needs. That's great! We're here! There's a missing part on the opposite side. But how do we get over there?
There's also a dream side left here by a Dreamweaver.
Tick-tock! Do I hear...
Tweet! Help! Tweet! This smells spooky!
Oh, dear!
He's that...
A roasted...
High stakes, high rewards. Spend freely.
Ill tidings manifest.
Destined for oblivion.
Bad news.
How familiar.
This is double speed.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
It's on me.
Ill fate descends.
Still waters of oblivion.
No dirty tricks, alright? Watch your head. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Ill tidings manifest.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Another blood debt repaid.
An inner self fragment belonging to the Sweet Dreams troupe? This is just too surreal.
Stream forth. Gleam of old hands.
We've gathered all the missing parts. Let's hurry back. We don't want to keep Big Ticker waiting.
We're back! Wow! It's working!
going on that qualified to... Success! Thank you. No problem. My go forth.
It's all done! Victory!
Congratulations to both of you! Oh, you've in the final stage. Welcome to the 33rd.
Strain forth. Bleeding bold blades. No way. I think I just saw someone. Someone.
อาเจนเหรออาเจนป่ะอาเจน
Are you... That's right. This magnificent... If I'm not wrong, the Knights of Beauty also received an invitation from the Watchmaker, right? Actually, thank you, Knight of Beauty. We don't have much time left. May we meet again? In that case, let's make our way to the end. Penacony's really thronging with talent. I hope we make it in time.
Congratulations to the both of you on becoming the festive superstars of this year's Eye. On behalf of the organizers,
ซันเดย์มาได้
extend
ไง
my sincere congratulations to you.
นางวาร์ปมาทุกที่นะเห็น
Wishing you joy under
เห็นไหมถามเหมือนกันเลย มาได้ไง
As previously promised, my sister, Mr. Yang, and I have met with the Dream Master. We delved into the truth about Penacony and its Stellaron, and have come to a consensus. Both I and the Oak family cannot acquiesce to your request.
Just as expected.
We acknowledge the perspective of you, Nameless. Penacony does require change, but not as you propose. The planet of festivities cannot and will not revert to a place characterized by chaos, disorder, or anarchy. Through your journey of overcoming obstacles, you must have glimpsed the essence of that era. The vulnerable ruthlessly eliminated, equality non-existent, common folk living precarious lives, eking out a dreary existence. Ultimately, only heroes like yourselves manage to achieve success. But I would dare ask, if you did not possess the special status of having a Stellaron, and you were but an anonymous and frail member among the masses, which Penacony would you prefer?
เอาแล้วเราเริ่มถามคำถามแล้ว ตอนนี้เราเป็นคนที่แข็งแกร่งใช่ไหม แต่ว่าถ้าวันหนึ่งคุณไม่มีพลังของสเตลารอยด์ละหนึ่งถาม
A dystopia for the survival of the fittest, or a sweet dream paradise for all?
แกะไม่ออกหนึ่งตอบข้อ3ได้ไหมเราตอบไม่รู้ได้ไหมอ่ะเพราะผมก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
not the point.
Mr. Sunday, even if the members of the Oak family can't fully agree on what to do about the Stellaron, now's not exactly the time to be holding. The Stellaron issue concerns the life and death of everyone on Penacony. If anyone has a better suggestion, the crew is more than willing to listen. Also, this way, we'll at least know what Welt and Miss Robin are dealing with, and the reason why they failed to make our appointment.
Ah, Navigator. That is precisely my intention. Let's talk about our tribulations and choices and our final course of action.
You mean to say that for the longest time, there have been scoundrels who would use the Charmony Festival that I...
Indeed, Dream Master. Once the Charmony Festival begins, the Stellaron's powers, along with the song, will be...
This is indeed surprising to me. The dreamscape is maintained by the collective effort of the... Do you have...
I'd like to ask, did you really not know?
I would...
If I have offended, the Astral Express extends its sincere apologies. But the current circumstances are dire and leave no room for meticulous...
Dream Master, it's just to prove that the Charmony Festival has nothing to do with the Stellaron. If we're being overly cautious, I will return to the stage to offer...
Sunday, Robin, I've watched you two grow up and know your dispositions like the back of my hand. Both of you, the magnitude of this matter is enormous and cannot be taken lightly. Since Mr. Yang has asked Sunday, might I ask you to beseech them to cast their light unto me and question me in...
I will do as you command.
Robin, could I entrust you to be present as a witness, to document the truth?
I will do as you command.
May thy will be carried out on earth, just as...
Oh, triple-faced soul, please...
Let us begin. There is nothing else to prepare.
Understood. Question.
ไม่มีรับลมคมในระหว่างซันเดย์กับท่านผู้นั้น
Never worshipping other gods.
Naturally.
Do you love your god as you do yourself? Always heeding their admonishment.
Naturally.
Have you strayed from the path expected by your god? Betrayed?
Never.
Have you ever been inordinate with your asks of your god? Coveting more than the foundation of the...
Never.
Then, a final. Do you swear to fulfill all vows, past, present, and future?
With the Eon as my witness, if I do not deliver on my words, or if I renege on my vow...
They have seen your faith, and have endorsed your faith.
Just a moment.
What?
I have another question I hope to have. To my understanding, the family's harmony and prosperity have never relied on the god you both mentioned. Are they truly Shipe?
Mr. Yang should know that those belonging to the family toil together as if they were kin, embracing solidarity and unity under their light. Such a delicate and complex symphony. Which other god could perfectly harmonize this, if not for the great one, Shipe?
Perfectly harmonize. Therein lies the problem. It isn't an outsider lurking in the shadows who changed the harmony, but a... distant past, there existed an eon. With one flick of the wrist, they crafted the laws of the cosmos. Their followers formed the Beyond the Sky Choir, spreading solemn and reverent hymns throughout the universe. Later, they fell. The route traversed by this eon clashed with the harmony, ultimately being absorbed and fused into it. The chorus that once reverberated across worlds fell silent, and when it echoed anew, it was transformed into the hymn of harmony. Though an eon may perish, paths with no masters still linger. In the all-forgiving harmony, echoes of bygone dissonance may subtly arise.
Mr. Yang, being overly astute can be a detriment, especially when you find yourself alone and without allies.
So this is how it is.
For the sake of our grand cause, Sunday, please afford these two an opportunity to rest.
เรื่อยๆนี่ผมกำลังเสริมสวยกับน้องอยู่เสริมสวยเราเช็คว่าเสริมสวยหรืออะไรดีอ่านเนื้อเรื่องไปด้วย
What?
อุ๊ยเล่นไปด้วยนี่มัน
Sorry, Robin. It's just you. I did not wish for you to know this. It's a pity that things have turned out this way.
นี่มันความเห็นไม่ลงรอยกับน้อง
So, this is the true reason I can't sing? The shadow that envelops Penacony is actually...
We were never children of the harmony. Our ideal paradise could not have been crafted by Shipe. True bliss can only be guaranteed by the one who transcends the many. Within the foundation of law, humanity established, and through harmony, we obtain order.
พร้อมเพรียงภายใต้ประสาน
Unbelievable. To think that there would be remnants of the order on Penacony.
What have you done with Mr. Yang and Miss Robin?
Don't worry. I just gave them some time alone to ponder their fates.
You should know that these actions make you an enemy of the Astral Express.
Should we need to stand against the Nameless, it would only be myself and the Oak family involved. But we haven't reached that. Your efforts for the justice of Penacony are evident to everyone and have been widely observed. Smart kid. You're just as sharp as the other one.
If it is the order that drove you to imprison Welt and Robin, and you're using them to coerce our compliance, then there'll be no point in entertaining any type of...
You're mistaken, Miss Himiko. They are in very safe hands. And just as the family has always proclaimed, no one can be harmed in the dreamscape. Least of all in the beautiful Penacony and the entire universe have witnessed far too much innocent bloodshed. Natural selection. The world abides by this principle, establishing the well-being of humanity.
So you've decided to resurrect a dead Eon? No one's ever done such a thing.
If Miss Himiko is interested, let's draw back the veil and speak candidly. I'm willing to divulge the unembellished truth as to the intentions of the Order's Pathstriders, so that you will make better judgment for the Astral Express, for Penacony. So, come with me, everyone. Let us reach.
Huh? Where'd he go?
Welcome. This isn't any location in Penacony's dreamscape. It's my inner world. The reason the scenery before you remains unchanged is...
Did you do the same to Welt?
It's a tuning process. Stronger in effect and more draining on the mind. The gray-haired guest has... Tuning allows you to intuitively grasp my feelings, which also means that I cannot hide anything from you. Now, everyone, please look at the huge screen. The road. From this point on, you will witness the numerous decisions I've faced. I believe after going through similar predicaments, you'll be able to better understand my... Let's begin. The first decision. This story happened when Robin and I were very young. We were victims of the Stellaron disaster, and the family's Mr. Gopher Wood, who would later become the Dream Master of Penacony, saw that we... Later on, Robin and I lived a time with nary a care in the world. One day, after dinner, while my younger sister and I were lounging about in Mr. Gopher Wood's yard, we spotted a fledgling... That baby bird was tiny. It didn't even have all of its feathers, and it couldn't sing. When we found it, it was already on its last breath. Having fallen, we decided to build a nest for it right there and then. However, thinking back, that winter was unusually cold. It was clear that if we left the fledgling in the yard, it stood no chance of surviving until spring. So, I suggested we take it inside. We decided that when it regained its strength enough to spread its wings, we would release it back into the wild. The tragic part, something that we'd never considered. Its destiny was determined by our momentary whim. Now, I pass the power of choice to you all. Faced with this situation, stick to the original plan and build a nest with soft net where the Charmony dove fell. Or build a cage for it and feed it, giving it the utmost care from within the warmth of a home. I eagerly await your answer.
เอ้าแล้วให้ผมเลือกเนี่ยนะฮัลโหล ผมไม่อยากสร้างกรงเลย ถ้าผมสร้างกรง
That guy just casually throws this kind of question at us? What if it were me? I get, after all, leaving it there, it's bound to get hurt by wild animals.
It looks like he really has no intention of imprisoning us. If it's just back to the question, I would personally choose to... No special reason. I do think that a fledgling should have the right to fly into the sky. but if it can't...
I can't decipher his intentions right now, but even if I was gonna release it back into the sky, it'd have to be strong enough to fly first. If I left it where I found it.
ผมก็คิดเหมือนทุกคนเลย แต่คำว่าสร้างกรงเนี่ยมันดูไม่ดีเลยอ่ะ น้องนกเปลี่ยนสีด้วย ถ้าเราสร้างรังให้มันในจุดเดิม โดนทั้งพายุหิมะ โดนทั้งอะไรหลายๆอย่าง น้องอาจจะตายก่อนก็ได้ ถ้าวางไว้ที่เดิมแม่อาจจะมาก็ได้นะ
I'm happy to see that you made a choice similar to ours. If your mind is made up, let me reveal the out. We passionately nursed it back to health, preparing only the best food for it every day. We even preened its feathers. Later, on the day that Robin left Penacony, we opened. I watched it for a long while by the window, probably about 3 or so days. In those 3 long days, the little Charmony dove tried again and again to finally, on the 137th attempt, it succeeded. But its attempt did not go perfectly. After flying unsteadily for a while, it fell to the ground. The fall shattered its wings. It writhed helplessly in my embrace. But it was all for naught, finally succumbing to a painful demise. And in that, I deeply regret the choices we made. Next, let us head to the second decision. This story happened when I was appointed as Bronze Melodia, a position exclusive to the Oak family, charged with listening to the problems and vexations of Dreamscape residents, and providing them with the relevant guidance. It was during that period that I had the opportunity to hear voices from all corners of the Dreamscape. Joy, sorrow, arrogance. He was a dream chaser and an illegal stowaway. Just like the rest of them, he came to Penacony in search of a better life, except that, to most people, the price he paid. He told me, I sold everything I could at home. The house, the land, even his 2 children. He said he could not afford to. He had a plan in place. He would buy back his children once he had made his fortune, and enjoy Penacony's beautiful dream with them. Alas, his plan to smuggle himself was somewhat after hearing the Dream Chaser's story. I immediately appealed to the Bloodhound family to cease their pursuit. That way, at least he could live peacefully. But I was still too naive to the ways of the world. I'll tell you the outcome soon. For now, will you do as I did, and try to convince the Bloodhound family to stop their pursuit, so that the Dream Chaser may live peacefully and realize his wishes? Or will you remain silent, leaving him to languish while the hounds are hot on his heels, until his inevitable judgment arrives? I look forward to everyone's decisions.
railways are really quite common on Penacony. But that guy he sold his kids to chase a dream. Even if he intended to go back with that thought, there's only one choice. Let the Bloodhound send him back home.
A dream chaser story. If I acted out of kindness, I would probably ask the Bloodhounds to stop their pursuit and let... But what cruel repercussion would this choice result in? I think...
This question... Surely it has some connection to the baby. I'd probably choose to ask the Bloodhounds to cease their pursuit.
It seems you, like me, are pondering whether a different choice could have led to a better outcome. Sadly, his fate would only be more tragic. Say he never gets caught. He would only die from delirium. The methods with which illegal stowaways enter dreams are unorthodox. Not flawless like the hotels. Living in the dream, should he be apprehended? Could the hounds afford to turn a blind eye? The answer is a definitive no. As to your choice, I once again offer my heartfelt apologies. And the story this time is my own. This story happened the day I was appointed the Oak family head. At that time, Mr. Gopherwood was the current Dream Master. And what surprised me was that the Dream Master had only come to deliver a letter to me. He let me read its contents, and it was a letter. The letter contained the usual pleasantries, anecdotes from her travels, nothing out of the ordinary. Just as I started wondering how this letter related to our discussion.
Do you know who wrote this letter?
My sister, of course. But why would you personally visit me to hand me a letter from my sister?
To help you grasp the full scope of this issue.
From what the letter indicates, she must be in Caspelina 8, correct? She's touring there right now.
Correct. Has she mentioned anything about a stray bullet?
A stray bullet?
A war has broken out on that planet. It is because of this very reason that Robin chose this destination. To spread the word of the Harmony. And to save the lives of that planet. She hoped to ease the people's suffering with song. And was willing to brave mortal danger to deliver the IPC's medical supplies. Unfortunately, stray bullets show...
Is she alright?
If the operation was successful, she should probably be recovering. By the eon above, the bullet struck her neck directly, yet possibly as a reward for her consistent deeds of harmony. It didn't hit any vital arteries. Once you've attended to your outstanding...
Those damn savages! I'll pack my bags right away. Now you understand why she always wears such elaborate
โดน
neck
ยิงที่ลำคอเลย
ornaments, don't you?
How could this happen?
It's all in the past, so please don't worry. I share this in the meager hope that you will understand the harmony's limitations and predicament. As grandiose as the strong. Likewise, I've prepared one last question, one last choice. But rest assured, because this is merely a figment of imagination, a nightmare that has haunted me through countless nights. Would you still support Robin's journey on the path of harmony?
โอ้ถ้าเราเป็นพี่เราก็ไม่อยากให้น้องไปเจออะไรอย่างนั้นเนาะแต่ถ้ามันเป็นความฝันของน้อง เราก็ห้ามไม่ได้อะ
I can't believe that happened to Miss Robin. The strong defending the weak is a great mantra.
เราเพิ่มการควบคุมได้ไหมอะเพิ่ม
I
ความ
often
ปลอด
feel
ภัยอะ
like I've dreamt of similar scenes on certain nights. In the dream, I see blurring their confusion and fear are lucid to me. But I also remember they chose If Mr. Sunday's with each trailblaze, dangers and tribulations will surely follow. But would you ever back away? Would you stop March and Don Hung from reaching?
Miss Robin's courage is admirable. And here I was thinking, but the fact that she's also Mr. Sunday's younger sister? No,
I am now aware of everyone's stances. Raising these questions merely serves to illustrate one point. The plight of Penacony cannot be salvaged by the harmony. The true foundation for a sweet dream paradise can only be established through the order where the strong govern the weak. I know the suffering of being tormented, the turmoil of losing your way, how sorrow and even despair set in when matters don't work out. All of this causes me unending. We must teach the weak how to live a happy life. And this life isn't some noble propriety that the upper crust preaches, but in definitive terms, a way of survival that belongs to every.
so what is your definition of living a happy life?
Good question. Human consciousness is fundamentally an illusion, a cage known as self-worth. People, when one mistake after the next permeates the masses, they become impossible to trace. Thus, the amassing of these individual cages culminate. Nature is always accompanied by predation and sacrifice. Its antithesis is known as order. That is what I want to do. Unite people's happiness under the banner of order. They won't need to make bitter choices any longer, nor face the weaknesses of humanity. Simply describing thoughts is far too abstract, so allow me to provide a simple example. As you all may know, there are societal norms like weekends, and during these hard-earned rest days, people are given the chance to extricate themselves from the stresses of everyday life, allowing a certain tranquil. And it is only on these days that people do not have to adhere to the law where the strong prey on the weak. They can live out their lives happily during these brief intermissions. From where I stand, society's ideal system should be 7 rest days. Following Sunday, there should ensue a second, a third, and indeed an infinite procession of Sundays. And thus, every person can return to their base selves in this utopia. Some gaze in reverence at the stars, pouring their whole beings into calculating the distance between us and the isolated world of Pagana. Meanwhile, some seek refuge in quiet corners, holding one another, unencumbered by the chains of unwelcome obligations. There would be no need to bear the hardships of reality. Only in this way can humanity face the inevitable end with the Miss Firefly. You who are stricken with entropy loss syndrome, you of all would surely understand this.
สูญเสียเอนโทรปิกคืออะไรวะ
It sounds...
But... what is the price?
The cost is minute, merely a personal and eternal sacrifice. If this paradise is to be maintained for everyone, someone must remain trapped in solitary wakening until the end of the cosmos.
Wakening. Which means that this so-called paradise is still a dream. Stepping into this paradise means forsaking reality, correct?
It is not forsaking, but transcending. Flesh, blood, sorrow, weakness. If the physical is the root of spiritual suffering.
But in this supposed bliss, people won't have defeated their demons. The chance to overcome their tribulations would be forever lost to them. In other words...
That's another way of understanding it. But there is no shame in escape. On the contrary, don't you agree, Miss Firefly? And as to why we sleep, it is because we are afraid. But this is not in conflict with the grand plan. Only in acknowledging this can we truly understand the frailty of human nature. And from there...
I admit that you are a born leader. Your perspective on humanity brims with pessimism. Yet you express compassion for all. Even when your heart pities them. But unlike you, I live for the self. From my perspective, individuals making choices for themselves is their birthright. The want to escape may be innate in the weak. But whether they are weak or not, it is not up to another to decide. Perhaps in your mind, you also view me as weak? Because I don't think so.
Since Miss Firefly has said her piece, the Astral Express will also naturally give you our answer. We'll leave it to you, just as Mr. McHale instructed before. Tell him out.
What is this place?
Does this place ring any bells, Misha?
I don't know, but I feel a sense of déjà vu. What is this place?
It's the realm within a dream bubble. This was left to the Astral Express by a nameless, but weirdly, when we entered it, it was completely empty. Dr. Edward from the Dreamscape sales store told me that dreams are formed from memories, and a dream bubble can't take shape if its core is empty. So I thought you might be able to help us in unraveling this mystery, Misha. As a hotel doorman, you know
I don't know much about dream bubbles, but if you want to figure out what this mansion...
I'm counting on you then.
Himeko, I still don't get it. Why were you so sure that Misha had a connect?
I wasn't sure. It was just a hunch. But since Misha feels familiar with this place, my hunch... Exactly. This is where you and Firefly encountered death, which we now know as dormancy. Considering its connection to Dreamflux Reef, it's not surprising. The question now is, who brought you here? Based on the clues we have so far, it's unlikely to be that masked fool. So identifying them is crucial to us. We're drawing closer to the truth once more. Let's give Misha some time.
All right, but there are doors all over the place. Which one should we choose?
I guess... I'm not entirely sure, but... let's give it a try.
Wait, you managed...
Weird. This place is quite different from the hotel. But if I remember correctly, there should be a fireplace down that hallway. Clocky and I used to sit by the fire. And the room on the other side was the toy room. I loved spreading out all the toys. Hold on. This doesn't make sense. Didn't I grow up in Dreamflux Reef?
This could be a case of amnesia. But don't worry, Misha. It's common for everyone to forget certain aspects of the past. Those memories haven't vanished. They're just lying in the depths of your mind. We can surely get them back. Since this place seems familiar to you, why don't we explore a few more rooms and see if you can recall any...
Yeah, then let's check out the rooms I just mentioned. I heard some noises from the room. Origami bird? That's a friend of mine.
You and Origami Bird are
Yeah. It's a member of the Compass crew, just like Clocky and Miss Mirror. And there's more than just one Origami Bird. They follow Miss Mirror's orders and handle all sorts of jobs on the ship. They're
sailors? Can Origami Birds be sailors?
Could you tell us more about the compass, Misha?
The Compass is a ship bound for the New World. Clocky and his partners travel through layers of fog to the depths of the sea. Whenever there is danger, Clocky will use a compass and guide the ship in the right direction.
That's a great story. But in the Penacony cartoon, Clocky and his partners have always lived in Dreamville and never ventured out, right?
Huh? Oh, weird. I clearly remember...
Perhaps Clocky has a hidden...
So, where has Clocky gone? Did he leave to protect Dreamville?
Mikhail, that's the name. Now we all know him as the Watchmaker. So, who is he talking to?
I'm sorry. I don't know much about the Watchmaker. But Mikhail...
Anything special about that name?
Mikhail is Grandpa's name.
Grandpa? Do you mean you're the Watchmaker's grandson?
But we haven't heard anything about the Watchmaker having descendants. And the name Mikhail is not rare. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence. Could you tell us more about your grandpa, Mikhail?
Yeah, sure. He was a seafarer who fearlessly ventured into mysterious seas and storms. He was always on the sea and had lots of friends who accompanied him on his travels.
สวัสดีค่ะ
He didn't want me to call him Grandpa because that would make him sound old. He believed he was still young. The name Mikhail was given to him by his parents, Mihaly and Elise, both renowned seafarers. Every time he came back, he'd share his logbook with me and tell me about his adventures at sea. I want to become a great adventurer, just like him.
It appears that the seafarer has nothing to do with the Watchmaker. So, perhaps it's just a coincidence? So, where is your grandpa?
He went off on a new journey. And it's been quite a while. I think I hear the sound of water.
You once mentioned there's a magnificent fountain up ahead. Look, there it is.
The water resembles a precious jewel, embedded in the dreams of all seafarers. Every time I gaze at the shimmering lights beneath the waves, it feels as though I'm back in this place.
Have you recalled anything, Misha?
Yeah, I saw these sentences in Grandpa's logbook. He used to say that despite the perils of the sea, whenever he stood on the deck in the afternoon, overlooking the sparkling waves, he would think of this fountain in front of his house. He often said that those moments felt like returning to his family's side, and the difficulties at sea didn't seem quite as challenging.
You know, I quite understand such sentiments. Hey, don't tease! I was just being a—
Perhaps every adventurer far from home carries a fountain within their soul. Even though the other side of the sea remains shrouded in the unknown, the fountain in front of his house serves as a compass, leading him back.
Yeah, while Grandpa was at home, we would stand by the fountain and place the compass, a toy boat that I made, into the pool. Back then, I would ask him when I could go on adventures like him, and he would always...
It seems this Mikhail is truly a seafarer and has nothing to do with the Watchmaker.
Yeah. Based on Misha's recollections, The scenes in the dream bubble appear to be his childhood memories.
But this raises more questions. According to Misha, he was clearly born on an oceanic planet and led an ordinary life, with no connection to Penacony at all. Could this be some sort of metaphor? Perhaps the sea refers to the memory zone.
I'm sorry. I don't know, but my memories keep pouring out uncontrollably, like water flowing from a fountain. Perhaps I'll remember more things if we go further.
We're going to the opposite side, right?
No, we should turn left here.
Huh? Something feels different about this place.
This is it. Up ahead is Grandpa's study. It was in that room that I saw him.
The atmosphere in this room feels totally different.
Misha! You finally come!
Clocky! Here! Yeah.
Are those books on the bookshelf logbooks left behind by that seafarer?
Yeah. Whenever he came back, he described our world as a fountain. At some point, to ensure that everyone had land to settle on, he had to continue exploring the sea. In search on that day, he called me to his study, telling me that he was embarking on another journey. However, I could sense the gravity in his expression. I asked him if I could go with him, but he said that my adventure lay elsewhere, and told me to stay home, and patiently await a certain sound at the door.
What sound?
He told me about a vast ocean in the sky. An ocean of stars. He said that he knew the crew on the train.
A train? Could it be?
It's the Astral Express. I remember now. Grandpa's friends are a group of nameless who... Then, he gave his pocket watch to me. It was his cherished treasure, appearing in every one of his adventure tales. He explained that difficult times were ahead, but he said, as long as I kept moving forward, I'd eventually reach my desired at the distant sound of a train whistle.
Exactly, Misha! And then we followed that...
Yeah.
This is the dream jigsaw.
Do you remember?
Hey, the shape seems to match.
Looks like we're just one step from revealing the truth.
This is it. This
is my room of clocks. While I spent my time waiting for Grandpa to return from his voyage, Walter gave me this workshop, and it became my here. I learned how to repair clockworking gears out of my fondness of precision mechanics. In my dreams,
So, this building in the dream bubble is your...
Yes, but not exactly. This dream bubble itself,
Wait. Why does it feel like everyone else knows something I don't?
March, do you remember when she mentioned a clocky that only she could see?
Yeah, the little guy here, right? But we all saw him in Dreamflux Reef, right? And
looks like everyone on the Astral Express has a childlike spirit.
The answer lies in the Astral Express. Her experience shows that neither Firefly nor Acheron can see this clock, and when we were in Dreamflux Reef, you may have noticed that for some reason, nobody outside of the crew had ever talked with Clocky. A mimetic life that can only be seen by a select few. It's just like a hidden message left by someone for the nameless.
But Misha can see Clocky too, right? They even grew up together. But Misha hasn't started the way of the Trailblaze yet.
That's the key to the mystery, March. Now, take a moment to recall. Have you ever seen anyone outside of the crew interact with Misha?
Wait.
That's the answer, March 7th. This dream bubble is the place where I was born. And I'm a dweller in this dream. Just like a memory zone meme. I should have stayed here and waited for you. But when reality and memories merged, I unconsciously pushed open that door and left the bubble with Clocky.
So it's not that the Watchmaker's dream bubble is empty, but rather the stuff inside and the whistle you heard was the sound of the Express arriving at Penacony?
That's one way to see it, but I believe there's a longer story behind all this. It's best for Misha himself to explain. How about we start with your name? Now, should we call you Misha, or...?
Thank you all for helping me rediscover my true self. Now, please allow me to I was born on Lusaka, in the Presmere system. Adopted by seafarers Mikhail and Char. They gave me a treasure. A name that carried their hopes. Mikhail Char Legwork. Or simply, Misha.
ผมควรจะอึ้งใช่ไหม
If you prefer, you can call
มิ
me by a
มิ
more
ชะ
familiar name,
คือช่างนาฬิกาเหรอ
the watchmaker.
So, you're the watchmaker himself?
Unfortunately, that legendary figure is no more. I am only, as for the child who has been with you, he's the innocent protagonist of Misha's childhood dream. A friend of Clocky, a young apprentice, and a future. And this also marks the beginning of his journey.
At the end of the journey, I left this little flame, which I so cherished, in my deepest dreams. However, he somehow left the dream bubble and forgot all about his task. I apologize for all the confusion this caused.
Because he was born with a desire to trailblaze, wasn't he? I don't think Misha has forgotten his role as a guide. He remembered it, and that's why he mistakenly appeared as a hotel doorman in her dream from the very beginning. The one who brought our unconscious friend here must have been Misha. If that's the case, we encountered the Watchmaker's legacy from the beginning, didn't we?
Well, I have a sarcastic friend who says I always take big detours and end up back where I started. Perhaps that's what every nameless has to go through. But in the end, you found me. I'm sure you're all wondering what my legacy is. I believe my hound has mentioned the Stellaron and my wealth. If I may apologize, the Stellaron part is real. As for my wealth, I left my homeland as a child and embarked on the journey of Trailblaze. I traveled to various planets until finally reaching Asdana, where my friends and I built the original Penacony. I've been moving forward all my life, doing what I could to overcome the obstacles in my path. But ultimately, my journey reached its end. So, if you ask what's left within this worn-out train engine that can be called a legacy, I suppose it's the things that are still burning in the engine's furnace. Now that you're well aware of the current situation of Penacony, I certainly hope that you'll help me get this world back on track. But I'll leave that decision to you, for the path of Trailblaze is never paved by others. All I have for you is a story and 2 gifts. I want to give you my pocket watch. It has accompanied me throughout my long journey, guiding that naive child forward, and has been blessed with the presence of so many great people. And my hat, too. The one who navigated for me placed it on my head and planted a fanciful thought in my mind. The Trailblazing Expedition. Now, it's time for you to make your choice. Once you've made up your mind, open that door and enter the long dream of an old man. I'll be waiting for you at the end of this corridor of time.
All right, everyone. Let's make a decision, although I don't think anyone will have any objections.
Of course. We've come this far. Surely there's no—
In that case, it's unanimous. Then let's proceed together to the end of this stream and tell Mikhail our
Mikhail, where are you going?
Someone has to step up and save Lushaka. So why can't it be me, Misha?
Please don't go. And if you must, please take me with you. Don't leave me alone.
Even without me, you know how to proceed forward, brave Captain Misha. The compass is waiting for you. Haven't you always wanted to be— Now go! Board that train and start your journey!
Where are you going, Mikhail?
I'm going to clean the floor in the parlor car. I've promised the conductor.
Wait, first tell me, did you fix this watch?
Yeah?
I know what it looked like before. Its chain was broken, the back case torn, and the marks on the dial all worn out. How did you manage to fix it?
Well, it's hard to explain. It's the hands, Mr. Amundsen. Its hands were intact and pointing in the right direction, so I knew there would be a way to fix the rest.
I see. You'll work with me from now on. Haven't you always wanted to tinker with this train? You're its mechanic now.
But I only know how to fix watches.
Don't worry. You've got what it takes. I'll teach you what you need to know.
Where are you going, legwork? It's time to head to our next stop. I'm staying in Astana with Rosalina and Tiernan. I see. This place. The people of Astana have only achieved a tiny victory and still have a long way to go towards true freedom. Don't worry, not all journeys lead to the stars. Even if I leave the Express, our path of trailblaze will continue.
Yeah. I knew you wouldn't stay on the Express forever.
This is Mr. Amundsen's hat.
When he departed, he said he would leave it to his best student. Well, farewell, legwork. Take care of Tiernan and Rosalina.
Where are you going, watchmaker?
Don't worry, Micah. Just going on a little trip. Someone has to be at the forefront of the interstellar frontier, and I'm the only former nameless in Penacony. So why can't it be me?
Because you're all we have! Have you forgotten about Tiernan? The cosmos is way more dangerous now. What will happen to Penacony if—
But what will happen to Penacony if we don't find a way out? Tiernan. How could I ever forget him? I've spent countless sleepless nights. We Nameless won't stop. Don't worry, Micah. It's just a matter of getting back to my old profession. If I don't come back in one piece, then you'll become the next watchmaker.
Where are you going, old man?
Oh, you're here.
Answer my question. What are you up to?
Relax, Gallagher. I just came up with a great idea.
Oh, come on. Aren't all your ideas just ways to get yourself killed? I may be blunt here, but you're the if you die too, the secret of the Stellaron.
Yes, I'm afraid there's no way out in Penacony, so I'll have to consider alternatives beyond Asdod. We'll organize a festival using the Watchmaker's legacy as a facade, and send invitations to the entire cosmos to gather people.
So...
desperate. Don't we have you here, my friend? This task is challenging, but what hasn't been challenging, make sure to send an invitation to the Astral Express.
Misha! Where are you going?
Oh, it's you, Clocky. Last night, I had a long dream about the day we met.
Write it down? What?
Oh, so I won't forget it.
Of course! You told me that when you were a kid, you lived in a room full of clocks.
Yes,
But what I didn't mention, I was a kid. And there was always a special pocket watch in my memories. I wanted to have a pocket watch like that too.
Yeah. Every night, we boarded the compass.
But you know what? It wasn't until the day my grandpa gave it to me that I realized it was. So, your name should have been, and the watchmaker is just a name.
We've arrived at Dreamflux Reef. So, where to next?
You know, Clocky, I don't think I'll be going anywhere else. I've traveled far enough, and it's time for a little break.
Oh. So, we'll set out again. When you're...
No, I'll stay here. And then... this.
This is... where it ends? You told me that the trailblazing expedition...
Yeah, that's what I said. So now, it's up to you to decide your next destination.
My next destination? What's that supposed to be? Misha? You're acting weird today. If you're feeling down...
No, I'm not feeling down. As for clockwork, yeah, it resolves all problems in this dream. So, do you know what clockwork... Well, everyone gets lost at times. They may hesitate and doubt which way to go. That happens in this dreamscape and beyond. But don't worry. Everyone goes through moments of uncertainty and hesitation. Eventually, they gather, whether it's calming, joyful, angry, or sad. All they need is a little nudge to take them. I'm leaving that little nudge with you, and I hope you'll share it with others. Such is the essence of clockwork, the will of the trailblaze. Clocky's hands spin around non-stop, indicating confusion, frustration, and weakness. But ultimately, people still need to move forward.
Just like your hands, always pointing ahead. This is where my journey ends. From now on, it is your path to walk.
Trailblazing means taking paths your predecessors forswore and venturing even further. The Penacony in Mikhail's dreams does not belong to order.
This is เราได้พลังของภาษามาแล้วเหรอ
I can't believe that Eon would cast a glance at Penacony at a time like this. Is it because of the resonance from the legacy of the Trailblaze? Or perhaps the bond between you is so strong that it even impresses an Eon?
Well, there might be another possibility. Perhaps they want to witness, on behalf of the fallen Eons, who will hold the future of Penacony.
ผมก็อยู่ปกติแหละ
If If that's the case, on behalf of the Dream Master of Penacony and the 107,336 members of the Oak family, I'm extending a formal invitation to all of you. I'm cordially inviting you all to the Penacony Grand Theater to participate in the upcoming Charmony Festival. And, of course, you won't sense the future of the Stellaron, Penacony, and even the entire cosmos is at stake. Let's draw a conclusion there. If you truly believe in Akavili's path, then show me their courage and determination.
เป็นอะไรอะครับ ทำไมปวดหลัง
Please stay tuned. We need a strategy. Please stay tuned. Time to test our rapport. Dreams do come true.
Ready for another?
Do you admit this crime?
In the mood for another beating?
Take your positions.
Enemy targets detected.
It's time.
Step up, let's see ya. How's this take?
Motor function restored.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Nice, like a good, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
The mood is set just right. Let the show begin.
Confidence.
By the order of the Ten Lords, execute the Marastruck! No one misses the Marastruck.
That's all you got? It ain't over.
Let's improvise.
Ready for another?
Do you admit this crime? Dreams do come true.
โอ้เป็นแสนเลยเหรอ ายไวๆนะครับ
Before our paths diverge, savor the shared journey.
Does that mean he wants to fight us during the Charmony Fest?
I'm afraid so.
This is weird. Aren't Arc villains usually plotting some dirty conspiracy in the end?
Well, in my opinion, Sunday is deeply committed to his own philosophy and genuinely wants to prove that the Order is right. I sensed a strong conviction and a desire for dominance in him. Maybe he won't accept the out, that's why he'll give it his all in
Yeah, you're right. We've even dealt with a Lord Ravager of the Destruction, so a follower of the Order won't be a big deal.
Anyway, we can't leave the Stellaron unchecked. This is about Trailblaze. Now that we've taken up the mantle, we can't afford.
However, the same applies to the Order. Their plan didn't meet a desire to dream, to slumber and escape reality. All those hidden emotions, they've harnessed the will of an entire...
What do you mean?
I believe Firefly is trying to say that...
Before I left, the Destiny Slave told me that this journey would bring unforgettable rewards. Even though the script he gave me only had a few lines, I couldn't ignore them. Because one of the lines said, I'll experience death 3 times in the land of the dreams.
3 times? This can't be serious.
The first time was a painful death when I was stabbed by the Blade of Dormancy, which led to all subsequent events. The script will always come true. So now I've understood the meaning of my second death. And I am prepared to face it. Only by achieving victory in this battle can we secure a future for Penacony.
The most terrible form...
The true death. Where everyone in Penacony loses themselves completely.
We must do everything we can to prevent that.
Have you made up your mind?
Yes. Otherwise...
Thank you again for your assistance for the Astral Express.
Yeah. Farewell, everyone.
What?
I dreamed of a scorched earth.
Everyone, are you ready?
A new shoot sprouted from the earth.
น้องแปลงร่าง
The morning sun.
น้องแปลงร่างเหรอ
Like fireflies to a flame. My biggest death. May we meet again in reality.
After today, Japella's name will disappear from cosmic history, and the Everflame Mansion will take its place. That's your next stop.
Land of the dreams.
I hope you find whatever you seek there.
You mean my 3 deaths?
ไป3 ครั้ง
Silverwolf told me about it. It's such a shame that it's not part of my script.
Well, I want to live. I'm never afraid of death. The opposite of death is eternal life. People die. And I am no exception. Death is like a script. We have to choose where we want to rest.
Do you exist just to perish?
Are you not the same, Blade? The end you desire is not one dictate. If I were to die now, I would only be a weapon. Though its definition escapes me, isn't this the answer that ordinary people look for their whole lives? A name that can be carved onto their tombstone. The tombstone that belongs to me once bore the inscription, Glamoth's Iron Cavalry. It will bear the name Firefly. And all...
That's quite unexpected, old man. Who would have thought your crazy plan would actually work? I can sense that this false sweet dream is coming to an end. The Nameless may be young, but they had the ability to achieve this goal. It's a shame you won't be able to see it firsthand.
โตเกินวัยเกินไปแล้วลู
Maybe
ก
I won't either.
โกนหนวดโกนเขาที่ขอร้อง
Seen through.
อย่าไปบอกใครว่าเนี่ยอายุ13-14 ความคิดยังกับผู้ใหญ่
Not just those
50 ปี
nameless. Even Mr. Wings is just like you. Stubborn, won't listen or give up, no matter what. Well,
แก่มากเลย
I guess. But in the end, we managed to do it. Now we can find solace. Remember how those idiots cursed us? They said, well, I don't know if they really meant it, but if longing for freedom means going to hell, then I'll be joining you soon, you old fool. Let's get together and have supper again in hell.
น้องเกิดมาอายุแค่13-14 น้องจะตายแล้วเหรอ
Almost forgot. Here's to you. A glass of hello and goodbye, Trailblazer. To the imperfect.
คือแหละแดกยา
It's warm here, isn't it? You're lucky to have found shelter from the rain. Let alone fresh berries in this.
I was just following the scent of life. It's particularly strong in a place like
เดี๋ยว
this.
ผมมาแป๊บนึงไปเข้าห้องน้ำกัน
It's a shame these berries don't have much flavor.
Seriously? In case you didn't know, this fruit is pretty juicy. The only downside, it becomes... Have you lost your sense of...
I can still taste certain things. Before coming here, I stopped by a place called Orkron. It had barren cliffs and nights lit by bonfires. Burgundy snow would fall from the sky, and when it landed on my tongue, it tasted like raspberries. The flavor wasn't exactly sweet, but it left a lasting impression. When I think back on my past, I realize that what's tying everything together isn't the... Don't worry about it. Losing oneself is a reality that every self-annihilator must face. At least, I haven't completely lost my senses and memories yet.
Well, congratulations on adding another footnote to your journey. By the way, are you...
No, I had a companion in Orkron. She's a short, nameless girl who aspired to explore IX. She always said she'd walk a path deeper and farther than Akavili's.
Quite an app.
She... became
Well...
Condolences. I don't need them. The girl left with a smile. She never regretted her choice and most definitely wanted me to say goodbye with a smile. So, that's what I did.
That's proof that you're grieving for her.
Or perhaps I'm...
Afraid? I rarely sense that emotion from you.
I'm afraid I'll forget the 30 days I spent with her. Just like all the other days in my life. Most of them have already washed away with the rain, disappearing into an unseen realm. I fear that those vivid red memories will fade away too. There isn't much color left. And besides this faint, warm red, there's almost nothing.
Hard to imagine. A ranger accustomed to bloodshed, destruction, and chaos finding warmth in the...
Because I have experienced this warmth many times. Long ago, I promised someone that I'd bring it to more people. And that for every remaining moment, as long as this red color still lingers, I have a chance to fulfill that promise. It represents a burning fire, a blooming flower, the bare... In the end, it will lead me beyond the horizon of existence.
The one blessed by the sleeping and shapeless is considering how to kill them. That's truly... But you're right about one thing. After spending so much time near this stagnant water, only when I look at this vibrant red fire do I realize that I'm still alive.
When will this rain ever stop?
Perhaps when the sorrows of the departed have finally quieted down, the sky...
Have you heard of a planet named Biari Scamandros, Don Hung? It's one of the Paradise Kingdoms under the influence of the Harmony. Half an amber era ago, the family held an unprecedented festival there. And after...
Do you think the same thing will happen on Penacony?
Yes. Or how else can we explain it? The family deliberately used the watchmaker.
Because of the nihility, I'm rarely affected by the power of other paths, but somehow I can unconsciously infiltrate them. Maybe that's the risk they're trying to avoid.
I would disagree. Biaris Scamandros is not part of the credit system or connected to the Silver Rail. It's nothing more than a remote civilization sheltered by the Harmony. But if the family messes with Penacony, that would be like declaring war on almost half of the factions in the cosmos. They have no...
No, they don't. If they truly serve the Harmony, that is.
What do you mean?
The path in Penacony is impure. The Harmony here has impurities.
Do you remember the ancient swarm disaster? Tazerond, the propagation, brought endless havoc to the universe, and it eventually evolved into a fierce battle among all eons. Two paths lost their eons in that war, the propagation and the order. Coincidentally, their downfall is
Shipe, the Harmony. Legend has it that they participated in the crusade against the Imperator Insectorum and devoured Anna the Order for unknown reasons.
Holy forgaroni. So you're saying that the two leaderless paths are working behind the scenes?
But I don't see any descendants of the propagation in Penacony. Could it be that the remnants of Beyond the Sky Choir are hiding?
I can't say for sure, but they're definitely planning something for the Charmony Festival.
Holy wabba-boo. Now, this is getting way too complicated. Is this why you want us to leave Astana right away? Are you giving up?
The Charmony Festival will start soon. There's one thing that I need to confirm no matter what. A warp jump is the best way to do so.
Time is running out. I have another plan.
Hold on. Are you thinking of using the Jade Abacus?
Exactly. The assistance from the Lawful Cloud Knights would be enough.
Think it over carefully. You can only use that once in your lifetime.
I have considered it thoroughly. My companions are... they're also once-in-a-lifetime treasure.
Are you the only one here, my child? The Nameless is quite the diplomat. Our secrets have spread like wildfire within the family. And IPC starships are gathering towards Astana. This is a crucial moment for us. So, where is the Chosen One who harmonizes? The very...
What do you mean, Master? I'm right here in front of you, aren't I?
You know, she was supposed to be the star of the Charmony Festival.
But the plan has changed. As her brother, I know she doesn't want to sing for the Order. So I'll take her place.
You've always been wise beyond your years. I'm sure you understand the consequences of your choice.
If you consider this a betrayal, well, there can't be two suns in the sky. I'll step up and take down the other son if necessary.
Do you believe in karma?
If karma exists, then everyone has their own karma. You have yours, and I have mine. And my karma has nothing to do with you, Mr. Gopherwood.
All right. Since you're willing to sacrifice yourself for her, I'll grant your wish.
Well, the compromise came sooner than expected. What?
You and your sister were born as twins of the Order. And one of you is destined to follow this path.
Is this part of your...
Of course. You're still as clever as you were when you were a child. The opening is near. Go, my child. Seize the power of the harmony. And
I have one final question, Master. Why did you choose to bring the Order to Penacony? Wouldn't it have been better to choose a desperate world instead of a city filled with hope and dreams? Why?
It's for justice, my child. If we lose justice in our hearts, we'll make the same mistake.
So, it's not you who manipulates the dreamscape with the Stellaron, but...
Well, that's where our conversation ends. Go ahead. The 107,300
I shall ascend to the heavens, becoming the scorching sun. Bathed in my light, my people shall flourish, while all evil shall be eradicated.
This is the interior of the Penacony Grand Theater.
It's quite exhilarating to be flushed into the air by Soul Glad.
And not only that, the entire theater is... Even if we're late, a grand theater like this shouldn't be completely empty. Let's explore around.
Gosh, the atmosphere here is so creepy and unsettling. Even if there's no audience yet, there should be some staff around. Why is it so silent? Yikes! They scared the life out of me! What? You're so annoying. Stop scaring me.
Are these puppets part of the stage setup? Even so,
Something feels off. We're in the right.
there's no other grand theater in the dream.
So Sunday's messing with us? He said we'd have a fine.
My apologies for the delay.
You scared.
I'm waiting for you behind the curtain. Following the Asdana tradition, I invite you to enjoy a stage play. History is a mirror reflecting the universe's true essence. Let's use this opportunity to delve into the rich history of Penacon within it. Naturally. Let us commence with the dawning of the world. After the Dusk Wars, darkness veiled the sky, and
ทำไมเราขึ้น
chaos
เครื่องหมาย
consumed
question
the
mark
earth. Enna the Order emerged, destined to restore all existence.
ผมรับรู้ถึงหายนะ
The first day, they gathered nebulae and forged them into picks, thus creating a grand lyre with black and white keys. Strike the white keys and the sun rose. Strike the black keys.
The puppets are gathering around the frame. Are they expecting us to enter it? Where are we now?
The atmosphere here looks similar to Sunday's inner world. This act is named Ode to Prisoner. Given the
I thought things were finally looking up as I managed to dodge prison.
I genuinely wish to avoid a violent clash with my esteemed guests from afar. Therefore, I've arranged 3 acts before the situation becomes irreparable.
โอ้โห
Where shall we start our narrative? Well, let's start with the time when Penacony was still a frontier prison. In 2147 AE, a prisoner named Hanunu ignited a struggle for liberty and emerged triumphant. IPC referred to it as the War of the Frontier, while the Asdanians dubbed it the War of Independence. It's true that Hanunu was a legendary hero, but it must be acknowledged that while he bestowed freedom upon the prisoners, he didn't grant them true liberation. The 3 nameless stayed on the planet, endeavoring to spread the tenets of Trailblaze throughout the frontier prison. Alas, their efforts proved futile.
Let's build another prison, not within the
Once again, Asdana was engulfed in war. This time, the enemies originating from within. The prisoners remained prisoners for the rest of their lives, fighting for freedom rather than living for it.
I hope you like this land of freedom.
As you can see, their sentences have long. Freedom permeates every.
Prisoners, this is my order. Learn.
Hey, why do we have to fight while enjoying the show?
For I desire not only your enjoyment, but also your assistance in its completion.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Time for a buzz.
Ill fate descend. Destined for oblivion. Ill tidings manifest in still waters of oblivion.
Bust? Or maybe I'll take it all.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
No one can restrain you anymore. You are free.
Thus concludes the first act.
This must be how Penacony was constructed. However, it appears that Sunday aims to convey the spiritual plight of the prisoners more than the physical aspects of imprisonment.
This show is a bit too literary for my taste. But the battle part is quite easy to understand. Anyway, we've arrived at the exit. Let's go! These puppets. Where are they guiding us this time?
เมื่อไหร่มันจะจบในเรื่องสักทีอะ
They transmuted streams of stars into inked nibs, creating symbols to be pronounced and counted. They molded stardust into flowing rivers, assigning the righteous upstream and the unjust downstream. Thus,
ปล่อยผมไปนอนได้ไหม
all things were marked, and the world learned to discern between good and evil. That marked the third and fourth days.
Look, another frame.
.มันจะจบยังอ่ะเพิ่งละครฉากสอง
Ode to Fool. This must be the second act.
ผมอยากจะบอกว่าผมง่วงมากแต่ผมง่วงสุดๆเลย
The surroundings are different. ผมอยากพักไว้ก่อน ผมเล่นมา5 ชั่วโมงแล้ว จริงแล้วถึงเวลาให้ผมไปนอนก่อน ถึงมันจะใกล้จบแล้วก็เถอะ
Behold the ensuing tale, a struggle for
ส
power.
ติยิงไม่อยู่กับเนื้อกับตัว
Penacony
แล้วเนี่ย
witnessed the ascent of the 7 major lineages, tree, grass, flower, bird, beast, fruit, and insect. Peace never truly graced land of the exiles. The history in
คือ
this
แบบถ้ามัน
era is
ใกล้จะ
rich
จบ
and
จริงๆอะ
intricate.
แบบใกล้จริงๆแบบเล่นอันนี้จบแบบเดินหาแล้วก็คือเป็นบอสแล้วก็ตีจบผมก็อยากฝืนต่อแต่ถ้าเกิดมันมีลูกเล่นอะไรอีกนี่คือไอเราก็ไม่ไหวแล้วไงนี่มันกำลังจะเกินเวลานอนผมแล้วเนี่ยผมถามคำเดียวห้ามสปอยผมถามแค่ว่าเนี่ยไอจุดตรงเนี้ยผมเพิ่งขึ้นอะไรนะฉากที่2ผมอยากรู้ว่าอีกนานไหมกว่ามันจะจบทุกอย่างทั้งหมดคือแบบถ้ามันแบบยังอีกสักพักนึงอ่ะผมขอไปนอนก่อนแล้วค่อยมาเล่นใหม่แต่ถ้าเกิดแบบว่ามันจะจบแล้วอีกนิดเดียวอีกนานโอเคสวัสดีครับงั้นผมหนีไปนอนก่อนนะไหนๆก็เปิดได้10 โลแล้วผมขอไปนอนก่อนแล้วกันนะผมขออนุญาตไปพักก่อน
While devotion to public tasks is a must, this fatigue is somewhat overwhelming.
อันลายล่วงหน้าครับยังไงเดี๋ยวผมก็มาเล่นให้จบแหละจริงแยกย้ายกันดีกว่าเดี๋ยวค่อยมาต่อนะเดี๋ยวผมไปพักด้วยพักเสียงเจอกันปั่นไลน์ล่วงหน้าอย่าลืมนอนกันนะครับจ้าเนเสียงแม่งไม่อำนวยมากไปละนอนกันได้แล้วทุกคนปั่นไลน์